consequences for the country. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, a report on the current status and capacity of the country's strategic petroleum reserves, including the duration for which these reserves can sustain national demand. 2, contingency measures put in place by the government to ensure continuous supply and effective distribution of petroleum products, including coordination with the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Board, EPRA, and oil marketing companies to prevent holding artificial shortages or market distortions. And 3, steps taken by the government to diversify sources and routes of petroleum imports. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Energy. Chair Energy. Yes, Elisha, you are a member of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the chair who is indisposed, we'll be able to address that question within 2 weeks. But given your directive, this Thursday, the Minister in charge of Petroleum and Energy will be before the committee, so we can address the issues more comprehensively and get back to the House. Thank you.
So, Mashua, can you attend to the proceedings at the committee? But that notwithstanding, a comprehensive response must be brought to the House.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Yes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the draft Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Remuneration and Benefits of State and Other Public Officers Regulations 2025. Question to be put.
Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. Kagusha. Honorable members, will now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Draft Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Remuneration and Benefits of State and Other Public Officers Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 12th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 26(2) of the Salaries and Remuneration Act Cap 412D, this House approves the Draft Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Remuneration and Benefits of State and Other Public Officers 2025 with amendments. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motorcar Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated, Chepkonga, you are ready?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We were consulting with the Honorable Bukose. He wanted to be sure that the fund that is being established will not be misused. And I have assured him that indeed it will not be misused. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management State Officers and Public Officers Motorcar Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management State Officers and Public Officers Motorcar Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 7 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, these regulations had been previously been approved by the House in 2015. The regulations were approved to assist the public servants who are serving in government, Mr. Speaker, to access loans for purposes of purchasing vehicles to enable them to go to their offices with ease. Mr. Speaker, the problem that arose, because these are just amendments to those regulations which had been approved, Mr. Speaker, there was a very low uptake of these loans. because of a number of factors, Mr. Speaker, that were enumerated by the Regulatory Making Authority, that is the Honorable Mbadi. These include, amongst others, the requirement for loan advance to be paid within a period of 60 months, that is 5 years, on account of low headroom. The second restriction to this scheme, Mr. Speaker, was the purchase of the vehicle that was expected to be not more than 8 years old. And it was found, Mr. Speaker, that that was very impractical. It was not possible for the public servants who earn not a lot of salary to be able to afford from the date of manufacture. The other restriction, Mr. Speaker, is on the use of vehicle and low loan threshold vis-a-vis the increasing cost of vehicles. So the low uptake of loans has been subject of audit queries. In fact, it has come to this House, and the committee responsible for the departmental committee has queried why there is a very low uptake of loans by public servants. And as a consequence of that, a review was undertaken, and these regulations were therefore amended and brought to the National Assembly, and it was laid on the table of the House on the 19th of February 2026 and referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered the amendment regulations that was submitted to the committee, and we were satisfied that the regulations complies with the Constitution, it complies with the statute, enabling statute itself, and 2 or 3, it complied with the Statutory Instruments Act. And as a consequence of that, the committee recommended to the House for its approval, Mr. Speaker. And so these regulations are just purely an amendment of regulations that had been passed by this House in 2015. And it's just to help to loosen, Mr. Speaker, those tight ends that the public officers could not be able to borrow these loans. And as I've just said, one was the maximum of 8 years. The public servants could not afford to purchase vehicles that were less than 8 years. Number 2 was the fact that they were expected to repay these loans within 5 years. And that has been increased, Mr. Speaker, because they are not only serving for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Most of them still have many years to retirement. And so to restrict it to 5 years, when somebody still has 20 years to retire, it is quite unfair, Mr. Speaker. It's unlike the ones of members of parliament. You know, Mr. Speaker, for members of parliament, the reason why ours is restricted to 5 years is after every 5 years, we have to subject ourselves to the electorate for election. And sometimes some of us do not succeed, like I did not succeed in 2017, Mr. Speaker. So we are expected to have completed paying the loan that had been advanced to us. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, these are public funds that are used for the benefit of the members of staff of the Public Service Commission. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I move that, I beg to move and now request the Honorable Kishimu to second, the Vice Chairman of the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who is seconding? Kishimo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the Delegated Legislation Committee has well elaborated, this is just a minor amendment which is seeking to facilitate, because laws are supposed to be facilitative, not prohibitive. And Honorable Speaker, laws are also not made in vain. They are also supposed to be made for, and especially in this particular case, to be able to assist the state officers also to have car loans. So the conditions that were there in the previous regulations were very prohibitive, and hence these regulations, which the committee found that they met all the requisite conditions for this House to consider and approve. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to belabor the point. This is just an amendment to the existing regulations. I beg to second.
Musa Serima, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 7 of 2026. We put the question? These people these honorable members on the screen are not for this. Didymus, are you for this? Rindikiri, you are not for this. We put the question. Other members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question. Order. Order. I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 7 of 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulation 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulation 2025, published as legal notice number 190 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is another fund that is being established for purposes of collection of revenue within the wildlife conservation management, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these regulations have been made by the CS Treasury, the Honorable John Mbadi, pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act, which gives him the power and authority to establish funds, Mr. Speaker, to be operationalized in various institutions. The Committee on Delegated Legislation, Mr. Speaker, considered the regulation in line with the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, and the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. Pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker, the committee held consultative meetings with the National Treasury, CS Cabinet Secretary, Honorable John Mbadi, on Thursday, 12th March 2026, before we made our final recommendation after considering the regulations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wildlife resources contribute a substantial proportion of the country's earnings through tourism. This is because Kenya's wildlife, particularly the Big Five, Mr. Speaker, are the most treasured, unique selling point for our country's tourism sector, Mr. Speaker. The government intervention in the wildlife conservation and management dates back to 1898, Mr. Speaker, when the then British East African Protectorate enacted laws to control hunting and trade in wildlife and wildlife products. In 1945, the Royal National Parks of Kenya Ordinance was promulgated to provide for the establishment of national parks. The first post-colonial wildlife policy in Kenya was Sessional Paper number 3 of 1975, a statement on future wildlife management policy in Kenya. By the mid-1980s, Mr. Speaker, it had become clear that further policy adjustments were necessary to help address the chronic challenges in the sector, such as increased human-wildlife conflict, increased poaching, the failure to achieve integrated wildlife management approaches, and finally, the loss of wildlife population within and outside the protected areas. Mr. Speaker, in 1989, the Wildlife Act caps Chapter 376, and later the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013 were enacted to create a legal framework for the establishment of various conservation institutions, including the Kenya Wildlife Services, the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, the Community Wildlife Conservation Committee, the Wildlife Compensation Scheme, and the Wildlife Conservation Trust, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the institutions that have been charged with the responsibility of managing our wildlife in this country. In June 2020, the national government, through the ministry responsible for wildlife, developed Sessional Paper number 01 of 2020 on wildlife policy that committed the government to designate wildlife as a strategic national resource and allocate adequate funding from the national budget, including the economic value of wildlife in the national income, accounting, planning, budgeting, promote retention of the benefits generated from the wildlife and their habitats to develop and manage wildlife conservation areas. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, it was charged with the responsibility of establishing a fund to promote wildlife conservation and management, and to promote also access to innovative and sustainable utilization of wildlife as an economic incentive and mainstream wildlife resources into the framework of the blue and green economies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism constituted a multi-agency task force comprising of the National Treasury and Ministry of Wildlife and Tourism to undertake stakeholder consultation. And Mr. Speaker, the two ministries undertook the public participation as required under Article 10 and Article 118 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, the public participation memorandum was submitted to this House, and we were satisfied that public participation was undertaken as required by the Constitution. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have a bill that is ongoing at the moment to guide on public participation. And I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that various members of this House have gone to various regions to undertake public participation on the public participation bill, Mr. Speaker. The National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, prepared the regulatory impact statement in line with Part 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. Having examined the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Fund, Trust Fund, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 2025, we are satisfied that all the necessary parameters have been met with regard to these regulations, with regard to the Constitution, the enabling statute, and the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. And we are happy to report and to recommend to this House that it approves and adopts our report, Mr. Speaker, as tabled on the table of the House on 26th of March, 2026. And I beg, therefore, to move and request the Honorable Kishimu, the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Speaker, to second.
Gishimu, go ahead, Wakili.
Honorable Speaker, As I second this motion, I want to abide with the comments that have been made by the chair, and also take this opportunity also to thank the very able members of this committee. And especially, there are some members who are like permanent fixtures in that committee. Honorable Sunkuli is there, Honorable Bui, Honorable Nchoke, and many others that have really committed themselves in that committee. They are always there to give the committee quorum and peruse and scrutinize all the documents to ensure that the committee meets its mandate of ensuring that the regulations abide with the relevant statute, the constitution, and also the regulatory impact assessment report, and also the public participation. Honorable Speaker, there is nothing much to add, save to say that we are sometimes as a country and through this parliament working within a very constrained physical space in terms of budgeting. And this creates an avenue for such an agency to be able to win itself from the budgetary allocation from Parliament, for them to be able to do matters conservation and management of the wildlife. Honorable Speaker, and I believe this fund will make the agency or the wildlife conservation and management very easy. And going by the session of paper number 1 of 2020, which committed the government to designate wildlife as a strategic national resource and allocate adequate funding from the budget. But because of the limited physical space, I believe this is the avenue and the best avenue to go to make it a bit independent and be able to discharge its obligations. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 190 of 2025. We put the question? Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, approves the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 190 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Just call out the order. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, approval of the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023.
Who is the co-chair of that committee? Mutunga, is that you?
Yes.
Dr. Mutunga?
Yes,
Go, are you ready?
Yes, you're ready.
Go ahead.
Yes, come.
Just hold. Honorable Mutunga, are you ready? Yes.
Madam Speaker, we finished the mediation process. It's in mediation. Mediation. Madam Speaker, we did conclude the mediation process.
Honorable Mutunga, if you are ready, move the motion. You know how to move the motion?
It's okay, I have it. Yeah, sorry.
Just hold on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to move the motion that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and the Standing Order number 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 2nd of April 2026, and approves the mandated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, we did meet as a committee constituted of members from this House and members from the Senate and discussed the contentious issue, which was only one clause. And this clause, Honorable Speaker, was basically trying to earn an institution, the county institutions, into what we call the competent agencies. And Honorable Speaker, upon discussion with the Senate, we agreed that in view of the international trading system, it is not possible to have competent authorities across the counties. Every other nation, Honorable Speaker, does not know that Kenya has 47 counties. They know Kenya as a country. And in every respect, we have one competent agency in every issue that is going to be traded across, especially on matters food trading, Honorable Speaker. Matters food, Honorable Speaker, have got to pass through the codex, have to adhere to the Codex Alimentarius rules. And in view of that, we did discuss and agree that we leave out counties in the schedule. And therefore, counties are not supposed to be incorporated in the schedule. And this is because they will not be recognized anyway, even if we wanted them recognized in view of the international trading system, the WTO and the Codex Alimentarius, it is not possible to recognize two institutions that are dealing with one issue per country. It is one institution per country, and this institution is popularized across the globe. That is why we agreed that we leave out counties as devolved units within the unitary government called Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I can't see Sabina Chege. I don't know who is the other member here.
Who will second?
I call upon Honorable. Justice Kemei, yes, I've seen Justice Kemei where he's seated. Honorable Justice Kemei to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I was not a member of the mediation committee, indeed we discussed the bill at the Departmental Committee of Agriculture, and have a full understanding and do second the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, and approves the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Honorable members who want to debate, I think you can press the intervention button. Okay. Yeah, Honorable Didymus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this mediated version of this motion. This is a very important motion for our country, and it's one of the motions that I had to go for mediation. And I also want to urge the other members of the mediation committees will have a similar matter that is pending to expedite so that this country can begin to benefit from the laws that this country legislates, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I also want to commend the committees because they processed this motion within a very short period of time. You understand there are many times when a bill goes for mediation, it stalls, it takes too much time. But I want to appreciate this committee for having burned the midnight oil to ensure that the mediated version is available so that we can make progress and the country can benefit from the contents of this motion. Madam Speaker, I support.
Honorable Member for Buri, did you want to contribute? Honorable Makali Mulu, I can see you've pressed the button. Okay. Honorable Nyenze, did you want to contribute? No. Honorable Kirima? Central. Okay, then I can put the question. It seems no one is. Okay, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this mediated version and thank the mediation committee that was co-chaired by Honorable Sabina Chege and Senator David Wakoli. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as members will note, is a National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. I say this, Honorable Speaker, because the ping pong between the two houses at times derails very critical legislation that is beneficial to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, you know, government has since taken measures to even ensure that we are able to access, or Kenyans are able to access affordable animal feeds that are safe and secure for consumption by not just our animals, but also by human beings. Because the animal feeds that are produced and fed to animals, those animals will then become food on our dinner and our lunch tables. And therefore, it's important that when we have such mediated bills or bills that are amended in one house or the other, that the committees that are appointed to mediate between the two houses expedite that work quickly. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, because when we published this bill in 2023, there were very many critical issues touching on the levels of aflatoxin in animal feeds that are being consumed by animals, whether it's poultry, pigs, or even cattle, Honorable Speaker. And you've seen there's a proliferation of animal feeds from all manner of inputs that are coming from outside the country. Therefore, it was critical, and it's still critical, that we have a legal framework that determines what is the quality of animal feeds that are being produced, Honorable Speaker, in this country. I've seen very many foreigners today setting up mills. If you drive along the Thika Garissa Highway, you see a lot of animal feeds, mills that have come up. If you drive towards Naivasha, you see the same. And in very many parts of this country, including the road towards Namanga, a lot of animal feed production mills that have come up. But we didn't have a clear legal framework to determine the quality of animal feeds that are being fed to our animals, and also to ascertain that what the animals are consuming is also fit for human consumption. Because as they say in Honorable KJ's world, in the ICT sector, garbage in, garbage out. So the same pertains in biology, Honorable Speaker. If you consume garbage, you get garbage out. And if we feed our animals with garbage, in quotes, then we produce garbage. And therefore, it's important that we have that legal framework that ensures that the quality of animal feeds that we are selling to people to feed their animals is good quality, it is of good standards in terms of standards for human consumption, and also good standards in terms of the output that it generates out of the animal that you are feeding. Because, Honorable Speaker, people are just milling maize jam. Honorable Speaker, you know you are a farmer. I know you are a dairy farmer. And you know there are certain minerals that your animal needs to be able to produce good quality milk. The same for a farmer like me, who is a pig farmer and also a beef farmer. We want to ensure that even the feedlots that we are establishing, the feed that we feed to those animals that we are producing, Honorable Speaker, we do not spend so much money in terms of inputs and get nothing out of output because your cattle are not producing milk and quality milk. My beef cattle or my pigs are not gaining weight as they ought to because of the quality of animal feeds. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes to address that question, to ensure that the feeds that we feed our animals are not just quantitative in terms of a 70 or 50 kg bag of animal feed, but there's quality in what we are feeding our animals. And besides quality in terms of the output, whether it is the mineral enrichment of the animal feeds, Honorable Speaker, there is also quality in terms of the ability of those feeds to be able to generate adequate gain of weight for those that are doing meat products, Honorable Speaker, or animals that are to produce meat, be it in poultry, pigs, or cattle, beef cattle, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, let me say this is one of the bills, again, Honorable Speaker, that at second reading, if members you remember, there was a huge debate on whether this was really an agricultural matter or a health matter. And it is a bill that cuts across the health sector and the agricultural production sector. And I must thank, and that's why I think we chose the Honorable Sabina to co-chair this, having been a chair of the Health Committee in the last Parliament, and also being a member of the Agriculture Committee. Therefore, it's a bill that has cross-cutting issues that will touch on human health, animal health. Therefore, I want to hope that both professionals in the animal production sector and also those in the health sector, public health sector, will take a keen interest to ensure that when we come to the final stages of this bill, Honorable Speaker, during Committee of the Whole House and third reading, we bring amendments that will enrich this bill to make sure that we produce animal products or animal feeding products that are of good quality and that will be beneficial to the output of animals in this country, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, you know, you can produce the same amount of milk from your one cow over the years, but you could also feed that cow and produce the level of 3 cows, depending on what you are feeding that cow. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I thought it was important that we mention these things again, so that we are appraised of what we are doing, Honorable Speaker. Because many of us who are representing farmers, our farmers are being sold to products that are not helping the animals at all. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, some of these producers of animal feeds just mill maize jam, mix with a bit of omena, and they call it animal feeds, Honorable Speaker. And they know these feeds need to be enriched with certain minerals that will help the animals in their growth, but many of them do not do. The authority must ensure then that there is proper inspection of the feed that is being sold in outlets. And also, Honorable Speaker, our county governments, and this is the issue that was in contention, what is the role of our county governments? Animal feeds are not just being produced for consumption in our small counties. We also produce animal feeds that will be sold to our neighboring countries. Also, inputs that come into the country are coming from other countries, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that is why it was a position of the National Assembly, and I am happy that this matter has been resolved, that Section 16 of this bill had outlined detailed function of the county governments in relation to the food and feed safety bill, and therefore the section had sufficiently covered the role that the county governments will have. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the institutions that were listed as competent authorities under this bill, under the first schedule of this bill, to the Act are recognized internationally, and therefore they are not issues that should be used to, for our small politics here of inter-county and national government roles. And there are also specific departments within our county governments which might have a challenge in terms of international recognition. Therefore, you may say the county government of Kiambu has some department that is authorizing the quality of animal feeds, but that county government department may not be recognized outside one specific county. And I say that because I know a lot of these manufacturers, as I said, are setting plants in Thika, along Garissa Road. I have seen quite a number setting up shops towards Naivasha, others in Narok, others in Kajiado. And therefore, we do not want to belittle the regulation of this sector to small issues about intra-county issues, but we want to leave it at a level where it's at the national level and at an international level, so that certifications that are given are recognized globally and nationally, Honorable Speaker. With that, I support these amendments of the agreement by the mediated committee and urge the House to support. There being no other interest.
Honorable members, is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and the Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, and approves the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, honorable members, with your agreement, allow me to amend the order paper. So now from order number 11, we shall skip order 12 and move to order number 13. Yeah, read the order out.
Order number 13, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me, as I move this bill, to first thank the chair of the Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation Committee, and the members of this committee who have taken a lot of their time, or dedicated a lot of time in the consideration of this bill, and conducted very effective, both quantitative and qualitative public participation in at least 10 counties across the country, from the county of Mombasa, Turkana, Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu, Kisumu, Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, and Baringo. And this, Honorable Speaker, demonstrates the committee's intention to have the views of as many Kenyans heard concerning this bill. And it was important, Honorable Speaker, because this bill is being enacted to give effect to constitutional provisions under Articles 42 and 69 of the Constitution. And, Honorable Speaker, the committee also was cognizant of the fact that there existed the Fisheries Management and Development Act, Cap 378, that was enacted in 2016. However, Honorable Speaker, you know, this act was challenged in the court, and a court in Malindi, under High Court Constitutional Petition number 13B of 2021 by Mahamoud Shalima Mohammed versus the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and others, nullified that act of 2016 on the purported lack of public participation by the National Assembly. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, to re-emphasize the fact that this time the committee, to be able to surmount that challenge by the courts, did conduct public participation in at least 10 counties and made deliberate effort to make sure that the counties that they visited, the ones that I have named, are mostly those counties that have a lot of fisherfolk in their counties. And you see Mombasa, Turkana, Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Siaya, Baringo, Migori. All these are counties that are either around our lakes or along the ocean belt down at the coast. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly filed an appeal against that particular case, the impugned judgment, and obtained orders on the 23rd of April 2023, staying the judgment, save for Section 42(1), A to K and M, and Section 42, subsection 2. Therefore, even as the orders of the court allowed the act to remain operational pending the hearing and determination of the appeal, some sections remain suspended, causing significant challenges in the sector, hence the need to repeal and replace this act. Honorable Speaker, this bill therefore seeks to repeal and replace the act by providing a very comprehensive legal framework for the management, conservation, development, and regulation of fisheries and agriculture in Kenya. This, Honorable Speaker, as I said, is intended to promote sustainable utilization of fisheries, resources, enhance food security and nutrition, support livelihoods, because as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, many of our fisherfolk and many other Kenyans around the country depend on fishery as a means of livelihood. And also, Honorable Speaker, to align our fishery sector with international best practices and obligations. Honorable Speaker, as I said, Article 42 and 69 of the Constitution establish principles of sustainable resource management, and fisheries, or the fisherfolk in our country, have a resource in fish that is a natural resource that needs to be managed, and therefore we are actualizing the provisions of those two sections of our Constitution. Key provisions of this bill, Honorable Speaker, include the establishment of an advisory council that will advise the national government on matters related to fishery, Honorable Speaker. And the bill equally establishes the Kenya Fisheries Service, or KFS, which is referred to as a service in the bill, to conserve, manage, and develop Kenya's fisheries resources. And to ensure effective functioning of this service, the bill establishes a board of directors and one that will provide the general control over the service and be accountable to the cabinet secretary in charge of the Blue Economy and Fisheries State Department. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish the Office of the Director General as the Chief Executive Officer of the service. And this is the Kenya Fisheries Service. And this CEO will be responsible to the board for the day-to-day management of the affairs of the Kenya Fisheries Service. Honorable Speaker, on accountability and transparency of the service, this remains a key cornerstone of this bill, Honorable Speaker, and a national priority for us. And this bill has ensured that there are proper mechanisms within the provisions of this bill that have ensured that there is a very robust accountability and transparency conduct of the Kenya Fisheries Service, ensuring that the service or the authority, as you may refer to it, Honorable Speaker, falls under the Public Audit Act, Cap 4112B, and therefore this service will be audited by the Office of the Auditor General. And to ensure there is proper accountability, this House or Parliament will be looking at the accounts or the books of accounts of the Kenya Fisheries Service to ensure that the people's representative who represent the fisherfolk, members like the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who has been very keen on this bill, we will now have a duty to make sure that you oversight the Kenya Fisheries Service and ensure that money appropriated to this service is properly utilized for the benefit of the fisherfolk that we represent or that you represent coming from those communities that are fishing. Honorable Speaker, the bill also establishes a key component under Clause 20 of the bill, that is a monitoring, control, and surveillance unit, what has been referred to as the MCS, the Monitoring, Control, and Surveillance Unit, which will monitor, control, survey, and also include enforcement and compliance with the bill or the act when it comes into force, should the House support this bill, and cooperate and coordinate with performing relevant functions within the broader systems of monitoring, control, and surveillance. Honorable Speaker, it is important, Honorable Speaker, again, that we ensure that we have a proper system, and those who have gone through the bill will see that Clause 20 of the bill ensures that there is a proper mechanism to monitor, control, and have surveillance. Honorable Speaker, one of the challenges that we have faced as a nation, and indeed many African countries, and this challenge, Honorable Speaker, has been seen especially in the coastal areas of many African countries. We've seen a lot of fisherfolk or fishermen from other countries, and especially from Asian countries and the Far East, coming to fish along our coastal belt, principally because we have failed to monitor and offer proper surveillance of even our fish stock. And you cannot manage any resource without knowing what you have. And therefore, it's important that we have a system that monitors, offers proper surveillance within our lakes, our rivers, and even along our coastline to ensure that we even know what fish exists beneath the surface of the water that we see, so that we do not just fish blindly, and we are able to supplement, Honorable Speaker, the species of fish that are not there in adequate numbers. You can be able to grow fingerlings and supplement the population of whatever species of fish that are not adequate, Honorable Speaker. You remember some time back, Honorable Speaker, there were steps taken to protect the tilapia fish in this country, and also to protect tilapia farmers and the fishermen, local fishermen who are producing tilapia, against people who are bringing in tilapia fish, more so fillet, from outside the country. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, makes provisions to ensure that we also offer proper surveillance to know if we are depleting a particular species of our fish from our lakes, from our oceans, from our rivers, and those who are farming fish in fish ponds and other aquaculture places, that you have adequate surveillance to know if that particular species, the stocks are going down, how do you produce more of it, that particular species, to ensure that we do not deplete our stocks and depend on imports from other countries, Honorable Speaker. It's also important, as I said, to ensure that we have proper mechanisms that ensure that we know there are certain species of fish that are very expensive. And those who partake of fish know. The salmons, the tunas, that you may not have adequate stocks in our country. And we must be able to know the level of consumption of these species in the country, whether it is in our schools, in our hotels, in our hospitals, Honorable Speaker, so that you also monitor who is importing these fish and from where, and to ensure, just like I was saying before, on the feed and food and feed quality bill, we ensure that even those who are farming fish, the feed that they are feeding these fish with is feed that is safe and secure for human consumption. Honorable Speaker, this bill also establishes the Fish Marketing Authority, which will also be managed by a board of directors. And this marketing authority is what will be charged with marketing our fish and fisheries products from Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So that again, we do not leave it to the elements or to just business people to market our fish. You have an authority that specifically deals with marketing our very delicious tilapia. I'm told our tilapia is very delicious. I have never eaten it, I do not know, but I am told so. And Millie, I never doubt anything Millie Odhiambo tells me about fish because she tells me she's an expert not just in growing fish, in fishing, but also in its consumption. And therefore, when she tells me that our tilapia is far more delicious than that is being brought in from China, I want to believe that is true. And therefore, we cannot depend on business people to market our fish. We must have an authority that helps us to market not just our fish, but also other fishery products, Honorable Speaker, including the cod liver oil that we all took as young ones to help boost our immunity. Honorable Speaker, I still have a very nostalgic remembrance of the taste of that cod liver oil. And I see my children taking today. So I know these are some of the products, again, that we extract from our fish products that are very beneficial in boosting our immunity and making sure that we are safe. Honorable Speaker, the other institution that this bill establishes are two funds, or rather, this bill seeks to establish two funds. That is the Fisheries Research and Development Fund, and this fund will provide supplementary funding for research intended to further the development of fisheries management, capacity building, scholarship grants, and support for the observer programs. And the fund will be administered by the Director General, Honorable Speaker. The bill further proposes that the fund shall receive its funding from parliamentary allocations, donations made to the service from any source for purposes of the fund, and royalties paid to the service. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I was saying that this House will also have a critical role in superintending over the utilization of these funds to ensure that even this money that is going towards the provision of research services actually goes towards funding research that will inform the growth of our blue economy sector, Honorable Speaker. Research that will inform the fisher folk in Lake Victoria to be able to know what fish species are growing faster in the cages, which ones are able to survive for those who are doing cage farming in Lake Victoria. And you've seen in the recent past the challenges that the fisher folk have had along the Lake Victoria belt with those who are engaging cage farming, waking up one morning and finding all their fish dead. Honorable Speaker, research into the quality of the water around the lake, research in terms of the distance from the beach and how deep into the lake you need to put these cages would help our rural fisher folk to know where to position their cages so that they don't wake up one morning and find all their fish dead. And as I'm saying, this fund this Fisheries Research and Development Fund will be a critical element in the provision of research, timely research to be able to educate our fisher folk and also people who are scientists who are doing this research to ensure that they are properly funded. And this will also offer scholarship grants, as I said, to scientists and our university students to be able to advance their studies in marine education and the fisheries sector. Honorable Speaker, this fund, as I said, will get allocations, again, money appropriated by this House, and therefore it's important that the House plays its critical role in terms of oversight. And Honorable Speaker, the second fund that is being established under this bill is the Fish Levy Trust Fund, which will provide additional funding for activities that are related to the management, development, and capacity building, awards, and urgent mitigation to ensure sustainability of the fisheries resource. The fund, again, is to be managed by a board of trustees. And critically, Honorable Speaker, this fund is primarily funded by the levy imposed by the Cabinet Secretary on persons engaged in fishing or fishing activities. Again, also from donations made to the service from any source for purposes of the fund, and such other sums of money or other assets as may be specifically designated to the Fish Levy Trust Fund by the service out of this general fund. Honorable Speaker, people who engage in this business of farming will be levied a fund, a levy rather, and this levy will go to this levy trust fund and for purposes that I have already pointed out. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, because this is a levy that is being imposed on persons who are engaged in fishing and fishing activities in the country. Again, we ensure that this money goes to proper use. The bill, Honorable Speaker, differentiates the two funds based on management, purpose, and their respective sources of funds. As I said, one is getting direct appropriations, the other is getting money from this levy. And again, it could also get donations to be able to carry on their work. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to belabor many other issues because Seconder will touch on many of the other issues, who is the chair of the committee, and to allow other members who would want to contribute to this bill to contribute. But I want to urge all of us to support this bill. It's a very important bill in terms of management of our natural resource in fishery or in our fish stock and the other resources that exist in the marine world, and also in the development of this sector. The blue economy sector is one very rich resource area in our country. When we talk about natural resources, people imagine you just talk about minerals. And it's good that the State Department for Fisheries also falls under the same ministry with the State Department for Mining. But our natural resources go beyond the gold, the cobalt, the copper that is being mined around the world or around our country, but also that very rich resource beneath or beneath the surface of the water that we see on our water masses, be it in our rivers, our lakes, from Lake Victoria to Lake Turkana, to the Indian Ocean, Honorable Speaker, and even for those who are engaged in aquaculture farming, in the ponds that we grow our fish. And I know members from Nyeri County know this because there was a very rich culture in Othaya of fish growing. I also know many farmers in Kikuyu, especially around Ondire, who are engaged in fish farming. And therefore, it is not a bill that is seeking to address only the fisher folk around our lakes and rivers and oceans, but also our farmers who engage in aquaculture farming. And I want to encourage Kenyans to engage in fish farming. And I say this because, Honorable Speaker, as I had mentioned earlier when I was contributing to the mediated version of the feed and food safety bill, that the meat business is very lucrative. And so even those who partake of fish, fish is expensive. It is not cheap. Growing it, producing it, and being able to market it and make a profit out of it is critical for the growth of our economy and our blue economy sector. And therefore, we must ensure that this bill goes on to help our farmers, our fisher folk, to have a sector that has a proper legal framework that supports them not just in the trade of and marketing of their produce, but also in the growth of the sector in terms of research and development of this sector, Honorable Speaker. And is one sector that had been ignored for a long time. I must say, Honorable Speaker, because I was with the Honorable Nyikal at a place called Asat on the border of Seme and Kisumu Town West constituencies, that indeed the investment that this government has put in the development of the beach management units, which this bill also, I didn't want to get into that, this bill is also touching about the establishment on how you help the fisher folk to come together in beach management units, to be able to develop themselves and grow themselves as the fisher folk around our lakes. And Honorable Nyikal will tell you that the development of fish landing sites around the Lake Victoria region with an investment of over 5 billion shillings around the Lake Victoria belt, and much more along our ocean on the coastal belt, right from Kiunga in Lamu, all the way down to Vanga, the north coast, the south coast, Honorable Speaker, lives are changing. And this can only be done through such deliberate efforts to make sure that we put together the fisher folk around our water masses under those beach management units, help them to form circles that will help them to grow, develop for them the fish landing sites, Honorable Speaker. And I remember a constituent of Honorable Nyikal, very beautiful young lady, who told me that they were suffering because what was happening before was that the middlemen who would come to buy fish from them would wait until about 5:30, 6:30 in the evening and come to the beaches to buy their fish at throwaway prices. But now with the development of these BMUs and the fish landing sites, what the government has done in changing the lives of the fisher folk along our water bodies, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that with the fish landing sites, they have cooling facilities or cold rooms, that if I go out to the lake and fish, I go early in the morning, I fish, and I come at lunchtime back to the beach with my fish, and the middlemen who are waiting to come and buy my fish at a throwaway price come in the evening, I have no fear that my fish will get spoiled. And therefore, I can keep my fish in the cold room, do the basic rudimental processing of the fish, removing the intestines and the inner things that make them to reduce their shelf life, and be able to store that fish overnight or even for 2-3 days in a cold room as I look for proper market with the proper pricing. And therefore, in a big way, Honorable Speaker, our fisher folk along our lakes from Turkana to Lake Victoria to Lake Naivasha, those along the coastal belt, their lives are being impacted in a very significant manner, Honorable Speaker. That is why, Honorable Speaker, when I hear at times the president challenging his competitors on the political front to get an agenda and to get a purpose, not just for their lives, political lives, but also to speak to issues, often I identify myself with those sentiments. Because this administration, Honorable Speaker, is not just about talk. It is about impacting and transforming the lives of the people significantly. I went to Kilifi, and I was in Kilifi yesterday afternoon, Honorable Speaker, for the funeral service of our brother, Honorable Owen Baya. And I passed by a site where the president opened such a fish landing site a year ago. And when I was there, Honorable Speaker, listening to the people there, narrate stories of how their lives have been transformed by an investment of a fish landing site where they can get a cold room to store their fish and they're able to sell their fish at better prices, Honorable Speaker. You have heard stories along the shores of Lake Victoria, how vulnerable women who are fishing or are selling fish along the shores of Lake Victoria were, because people are taking advantage of them sexually. The same along the shores of Lake Turkana, and even along the shores of Lake Naivasha, Honorable Speaker. And Lake Victoria, I mentioned Lake Victoria. But those will be things of the past, Honorable Speaker, with such investments in this sector. That is why I support, Honorable Speaker, the growth of this aquaculture and this blue economy sector. And this bill will go a long way in helping us to manage our resources in our lakes, our rivers, and our oceans, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to conclude by telling those who have been despising this administration that we are opening fish landing sites. And I heard one of them asking, why would the president go to commission or do the groundbreaking of a fish landing site in a small village called Asat, as I said, on the border of Seme and Kisumu Town West constituencies? Honorable Speaker, these are people who do not identify or who do not even value the livelihoods of the people who depend on the fish that they are getting from the lake. And when they are told to get an agenda, Honorable Speaker, and all they can do is move around the country insulting people, Honorable Speaker, let me say we need to pray for them. Particularly that man, that confused man who is threatening everybody elsewhere. And I have seen him, Honorable Speaker, today purports to be issuing threats to Kimani Ichung'wah. Let me tell Wamonyoro from the floor of this house. You know, this Gashiatha man must know there are people you can threaten. There are people you can intimidate, but not Kimani Ichung'wah. I have heard him saying that I am intimidating him. Oh, he's saying that he cannot come to Kikuyu. Gashiatha, Kikuyu is part and parcel of Kenya. Just like I go to Karatina. And I will be in Karatina even this weekend. So, whether you are Kalonzo Musyoka, whether you are Matiang'i, I saw the former Chief Justice was in Kikuyu the other day with a handful of people and had a very peaceful engagement with the people of Kikuyu. Because the people of Kikuyu are a peace-loving people, Honorable Speaker. That is why within our community in Kikuyu, we have Kenyans from all walks of life. And we welcome visitors. And we welcome everybody to come and engage with us, but we want people to engage with us on issues. And I have told Gashiatha, you can come insult Kimani Ichung'wah all you want. That will not change anything in Kikuyu, by the way. I have told Mr. Gashiatha, come, say whenever you want to come to Kikuyu. Come, shout all you want to shout, but leave the people of Kikuyu in peace. On 2 occasions, Gashiatha has mobilized goons, the first time in 2024, to ban the NGCDF office in Kikuyu and left the people of Kikuyu suffering. Last year, the same Gashiatha mobilized goons to ban our law courts, ban our county government offices, and even attempt to ban my house and threaten my late father. And I heard him the other day saying, oh, Ishongwa mobilized goons. Gashieda, I want to ask you, how do I mobilize goons to burn my own house? How do I mobilize goons to burn my own office? And you know, I know this man. And we all know him. When you hear Gashieda saying this is happening, he is saying exactly what he's planning. I know he plans, and I have information. He has already mobilized goons from Githurai. He has mobilized goons from as far as Nyeri to come and loot in Kikuyu. I want to tell you, we will not allow you to loot the businesses of the people of Kikuyu. If you want to come and politic in Kikuyu, come and politic the whole day. The people of Kikuyu do not eat politics. The people of Kikuyu eat what they work hard for. Don't disrupt their businesses. The people of Kikuyu value work. That is why they have elected their member of parliament for 3 terms consecutively, and hopefully for a 4th term, irrespective of what Gashieda says. Therefore, let me just use this floor, Honorable Speaker, allow me to tell that warmonger, that tribalist, my friend, you are welcome to Kikuyu constituency. And you can come with your whole brigade of the other disunited and confused opposition. But please, when you engage with the people of Kikuyu, talk to them about their roads. Tell them why you mobilize goons to come and burn their offices and loot their businesses. But do not bring us those goons you have been mobilizing from Githurai, from Majengo, I hear. And you know, he thinks we don't know. He came to Angige the other day, mobilized a whole brigade of goons from Limuru and went with them to Mheshimiwa Mashukuru's constituency. To do what? Just insult Mashukuru, shout 1 term. How does that change the lives of the people of Kenya? The people of Kikuyu are keen on the development of the fisheries resource in this country. Because we know we have no rivers, we have no lakes in Kikuyu. But we have a rich resource in terms of our strategic position close to the capital city. And therefore, when we get involved in aquaculture farming, we know the Serenas, the Kempinskis, the J.W. Marriotts will buy our fish that we are growing in Kikuyu, will buy our poultry, will buy our pig products for pig farmers like myself, and our beef products for beef farmers like myself again and Honorable Kangogo. And also create employment. Therefore, when we tell these people, please, when you speak to the people of Kenya, give them your agenda. And it is free advice you are being given. Those who are being told, please stop sleeping during the day in rallies. Honestly, if you are sleeping during the day in a political rally, what would happen to you if we gave you a big office? So you will put a bed in that office and do all manner of things in those offices, especially where there is very strict security around you. What will you be doing behind those closed doors? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just diverted on that Gashieda man because I have seen him in the last 2 weeks. He wakes up, Kemani Ishongwa. He sleeps, Kemani Ishongwa. When he is sleeping, when he is scratching his swinging stomach, Kemani Ishongwa. My friend, speak about your wife. Stop talking about me. Or speak about your children. If you want the name Kemani Ishongwa, I can donate the name Kemani Ishongwa. When you do that business you keep doing, you can get another son and give them the name Kemani Ishongwa. But I will say in Kiswahili, wachana na mimi wewe. End of quote, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this bill is very important to the people of Kenya and will be critical in enhancing the reforms that will come in our blue economy space and also ensure that we adhere to regional and international obligations in terms of our marine and our natural resources management in the blue economy sector, and in a big way, provide a pathway towards sustainability, economic growth of our fisher folk families and communities, and improve livelihoods for millions of Kenyans who depend on the fish resource in our country and elsewhere around our borders, Honorable Speaker. And with these remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request the Honorable Kangogo Bowen, the indomitable chair of the Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation Committee, to second this motion for agreement and urge the House to support this bill so that we may secure that legal framework that we will protect our economy, grow our economy, ensure there is a sustainability in how we manage our fish resources as a natural resource in this country, and also generate economic growth, not just for our country, but for millions of our people who depend on this sector for our livelihood. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I really want to congratulate His Excellency the President, Honorable Speaker, for creating the Ministry of Blue Economy. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, the blue economy in the country has a ministry led by the Honorable Ali Hassan Joho. Madam Speaker, before the blue economy and fisheries, it's been placed under the Ministry of Agriculture. At one point, they were also in the Ministry of Water. And it was displaced everywhere, and the visibility of blue economy, Honorable Speaker, it was not there. That's why I'm saying I want to appreciate the President, because for the first time we are talking about the blue economy as a country, because now we have a ministry which has given a very good visibility of the blue economy sector. Madam Speaker, this bill came as a result of court case in Kilifi, where some fishermen went to court that the Fisheries Management Bill of 2016 was passed through this House without a public participation, and there were some clauses which they felt it was restricting their fishing, especially the nets, yes. So, yes.
What's your point of information, Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, you know, my seconder might have been asleep of the tongue. You said the 2016 Act was passed without public participation. It was said to be inadequate public participation. So that doesn't go on record that there was no public participation. There was public participation, but the people who went to court claimed it was not enough, and that's why I said it was a slip of the tongue, because the chair knows that's why he went to 10 counties.
Yes, that is it, Honorable Speaker. So they said they were not involved. They were, I think at that time, they didn't know, even the public didn't even know that there was a public participation anyway. But the issue which came out strongly, Honorable Speaker, was about the fishing nets. And they say that the provisions and the specifications of the fishing nets in the Act was very punitive to them, and that they needed to be involved or to be given alternative if that chance is there, and the court listened to them, and that is how the fisheries was nullified, the Fisheries Act was nullified, and that is why, Honorable Speaker, we are coming up with now a new fisheries bill. And Madam Speaker, when we got the draft from the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, in compliance with the Article 118, sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, the committee went out doing an extensive public participation. And Madam Speaker, we went to the entire coastal region counties. We went to the Lake region, Turkana County, we went to the Baringo and also Nakuru County, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, visiting all these places, the grievances for the fishermen were almost similar, they are the same. Number one, the issues of licensing, because they are saying, as fishermen, they are supposed to have the licensing for fishing. They are supposed to have a license for Coast Guards, for KWS, for KFS, that is Kenya Fisheries Service. They also need to have also licenses from the county government and also even from the Kemfree. So you will find, Honorable Speaker, that they had almost up to 7 or 8 licenses. And the fishermen, Honorable Speaker, they were seeking and they were telling us if there is a way they can only have 1 license, as a fisherman only having 1 license, and that 1 license is acceptable across all the government institutions, and also that license is acceptable across the counties, because you will find that the fish, they are getting the fish from 1 county and they are selling it in a different county. The issue number 2, Honorable Speaker, was the issue of the fishing nets, which they say that the fishing nets, they were banned by the KFS, but they are not given an alternative. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, they are saying the same banned nets are sold in Kenyan market. They are buying it from the local. Why is it that they are victimized as fishermen and those selling, they are not punished? But again, also, Honorable Speaker, we realize that some of the illegal fishermen, they were getting even mosquito nets. They are getting mosquito nets which are not actually prescribed for fishing, and they are using it to do the fishing. So this bill, Honorable Speaker, is, once approved by this House, is going to streamline all these issues raised by the fishermen so that we can have a legal framework, Honorable Speaker, that can guide the fishing in terms of conservation, the management, and the development of the fisheries resources in the country. Madam Speaker, the bill, the committees received also some memorandums from many stakeholders. We engaged the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries, which they gave us their memorandums. We also engaged the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors, Honorable Speaker, being stakeholders, we had a lot of engagement with the Council of Governors. And in every section of the bill, we had an engagement with the Council of Governors, led by their chair, the Honorable Otuoma, the Governor of Busia. So, and we agreed in many sections, Honorable Speaker. That is why we don't have a lot of contentious clauses with the Council of Governors. Madam Speaker, clause 4 of the bill, as a fisheries management and development bill, outlines the objectives, which the Honorable Leader of Majority has already elaborated very well. So there is institutions like the Kenya Fisheries Service. There is also Kemfree, which does the research part of the fisheries. And also, we have the fund. We have a fisheries fund, which specifically this one, Honorable Speaker, is to help the small-scale farmers to access cheap loans and also to to do the research. There is, that forms the structured financing framework for the fisheries. Honorable Speaker, in this bill also, there is a provision for a stock assessment. Honorable Speaker, there is no way we can attract investors from the country, within the country, and even outside the country, Honorable Speaker, if we don't have information as to the stock of a fish we have in our waters. So the bill provides a stock assessment that over a period of time, there is need to have a stock assessment, to carry out a stock assessment, and that information is stored in a fisheries repository management system where even investors outside the country, Honorable Speaker, they are able to check to know what is the stock of a tuna fish in the country. How much do we have at tilapia in our country? And Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, that is what is contained in this bill. Honorable Speaker, we as a country, we are suffering with unregulated, illegal overfishing and unreported fishing across our waters. It has been a problem for many years. It's a problem within the State Department and even within our security sector. And Mr. Speaker, this bill has provided a surveillance control, that there will be a surveillance control which is going to be undertaken by multi-agency. Our Coast Guards will be there. There will be a KFS, Kenya Fisheries Service, Honorable Speaker, and also the Kenya Maritime Authority. All of them, they are going to form a multi-agency to make sure that our fish and our resources, our ocean resources, are protected from these people who are doing illegal fishing. Honorable Speaker, this bill concerns the county government. And in the bill, Honorable Speaker, we have given out clearly what is the role the county government are going to play in terms of licensing and in terms of management of this sector. So there is a clear roles the county government are doing, including the CEC, the chief executive officer in charge of fishing at the county level. What role are they going to play in relation to what our peers, the peers blue economy is going to play? So that, Honorable Speaker, if a fisherman or any fish trader who is transporting fish from one county to another is given a permit which can just last maybe several days, rather than the license which is being issued now by KFS. So it is very clearly indicated in the bill what the role of county government is in terms of aquaculture, in terms of even the management of these aquaculture areas, and also in terms of the revenue collection. Because, Honorable Speaker, the problem between the county government and the national government, the conflict has been on the revenue collection. The revenues collected, how are they going to divide? So, and in this bill, Honorable Speaker, we have given out clearly the revenues which goes to the county government and the revenues which comes to the national government. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee further notes the concerns which I have already indicated of double licensing, and the bill is going to address those issues. So the governance issues, Honorable Speaker, including the recognition of beach management units, which in the previous bill, the beach management units, they were not recognized. In this new bill, Honorable Speaker, we have recognized the beach management units, we have defined their roles and even how they are going to be, how they are going to elect their officials under the county government. And the CEC in charge of the fisheries at the counties, upon elections of the beach management units, so the CEC is going to now cassette under the county government those beach management units and the officials. So the environmental safeguards, Honorable Speaker, the inclusions of the beach management units, they are going to oversee that one, and in their elections or in their management, they are going to include people with disabilities so that they form part of the management units. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee having considered the fisheries management and development bill, the National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, Honorable Speaker, recommends that the House approves the bill with the amendments, because I'm saying with the amendment, Honorable Speaker, because when we received the draft bill, there was a submission from the Council of Governors, there was a submission from the ministry, but also we got also submission from the public participation. And we harmonized all of them, Honorable Speaker, and you will find that they harmonized the document in this report. So, Honorable Speaker, so the bill seeks to strengthen the governance of the fisheries sector, enhance the enforcement mechanism, promote aquaculture development, and support the livelihood of fishing communities. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee is satisfied that the bill will contribute to sustainable utilization of fisheries resources and unlock the opportunities within the blue economy sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this Honorable House that our fishermen, the blue economy sector, which has been ignored for many years, if we pass this bill, Honorable Speaker, is going not only to benefit our fishermen, but it's going also to unlock the potential of the sector and also to increase our revenue as a country. Honorable Speaker, lastly, when we visited Namibia, Honorable Speaker, in the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, almost half of the GDP of Namibia is supported by blue economy. And Namibia is a very small country, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, as a country, if we put our resources into this blue economy sector, now that we have a very good regulatory and a legislative framework, Honorable Speaker, we are going to benefit as a country. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I second.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question. The Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Dr. James Enyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill because the fishing industry is a major sector, particularly for some of our areas. And also, Mr. Speaker, we know that the act that we had was nullified by the court. The reasons we don't want to go into now, which means, Mr. Speaker, now we have a vacuum. And we have a vacuum in the face of very serious problems in the fishing industry. Mr. Speaker, if you take the case of Lake Victoria, where we come from, the stock of fish is dwindling. There is overfishing in the area. And you cannot blame the fishermen, because even the regulation is not proper. People use wrong gear. And as some members just said, these wrong gear, that some of it are banned, are actually available in the shops everywhere. So the fishermen asked the correct question. If these are banned gear, why are they in the market? Mr. Speaker, there's also destruction of breeding sites. You know that the Gulf is actually the main breeding site for the whole of the big lake of Victoria. And there is farming, people are cutting vegetation that is associated with the lake, and therefore the breeding sites are actually being depleted by fishing, overfishing, and at the same time by destruction. And Mr. Speaker, this leads to conflict amongst the fishermen because there is little fish in the lake, and there are a lot of people that are going into fishing. It's a major industry. It's a major life-sustaining industry. And these conflicts, people fight. People die on the lake because of this. There's conflict with the law. And even the law itself has actually been not proper because we had cases where our double licensing from the county government and from the national government, and the fishermen themselves are not quite sure who should actually regulate the fishing industry. The beach management units, although were recognized by law, actually had very little support. And because of that, they are not doing what they should supposed to do. And there were poor marketing outlets, as you heard by the mover, where there were no cooling equipment. The fish was actually being sold at a throwaway prices. So, Mr. Speaker, we had a lot of this, and there were no organized marketing strategies for the fishermen. The fish landing areas themselves are not very well developed, and in international trade, if the fish landing sites are not properly maintained, then you cannot access the market in some areas. So this is really a major issue for us. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this bill, it has actually proposed very many structures, and I like structures because they make things work easier. They have proposed the Kenya Fisheries Services. They have proposed Kenya Fisheries Advisory Board. They have proposed Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. They have proposed Fisheries Research and Development Fund, and they have proposed Fish Levy Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, if we are to implement this properly, actually we can stabilize, develop, and expand the fishing industry. Like the Kenya Fish Kenya Fisheries Services will definitely be important is monitoring the fishing industry, regulating the fishing industries, and therefore even support the fishermen when we are changing from just chasing wild fish and actually going into aquaculture, which can either be cages or we can even have ponds for aquaculture. So that fisheries services is a major body, is a major unit if we do set it up. Then we'll have the Fisheries Advisory Body, and Mr. Speaker, you cannot change a whole industry if you do not have a constant policy monitoring mechanism, which I believe the Kenya Fisheries Advisory Board will have to do, and that's what is in the Act. And then, Mr. Speaker, a marketing authority. Sometimes when the fishermen get fish, and as we have said, and there's no proper outlets, the fish go bad, or they sell to middlemen. Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you come from the lake, and you know that the people who go to the lake actually keep walking on foot, and they don't look. And the middlemen who come to get the fish from the lake, they come in cars. They don't go to the lake, but they drive courtesy of the products that they come as middlemen. So if you have a proper marketing authority that will support the fish, will go a long way. And if you are going to move, Mr. Speaker, into aquaculture, particularly cage farming in the lake, this must go together with serious research because you are going to change the environment of the lake. And what will the numerous cages in the lake do? The lake is not just for fishes, the lake is also a transport mechanism. The lake is, it's also, to some small extent, within the international laws, is used a lot for small-time irrigation. And so we know that when we've started fishing in the last few years, we had this problem of welling, where the fish actually just die en masse. We need constant research to know what we need to do and how we deal with massive aquaculture in the lake. We also know that around the lake there is agriculture, and we want to know what kind of fertilizers you are going to use if you are going to do major aquaculture. Look at what is happening in Lake Naivasha. When you pass along there, you find a lot of fish that these young men have. And they have been declared unfit for human consumption because of the agriculture that is around the lake. So, Mr. Speaker, if we look at all these provisions that are in the bill, if we implement them, if we look at the problem we have now, I think we need this bill to be in an act to replace what the court nullified. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Nyikal, before you are done, that cage, what did you call it?
Cage farming.
The cage farming within the lake. Under what arrangement is it done now that the space where you do cage farming could be in conflict with where other people also want to do transport lines, or where fellow fishermen also want to do cage fishing? Is it that they lease or they pay some taxes to government or the county government?
Mr. Speaker, that up to now has not been very clear who should license them, the national government or the county government. And as you have said, if we go in a massive way, then you will start actually interfering with the transport services in the lake. The small people who use the canoes, where do they put the legs? And another thing that at least we know of now, Mr. Speaker, is that where you have cage farming, that becomes a secondary breeding area because under the nets, they are safe. And then other fishermen now, who are not owners of cages, now want to fish around those areas. And there's a conflict even now. I mean, you have seen they have to hire watchmen who are on these floating huts to guard this. And again, if it is massive, it will also have an impact on the flow of currents in the lake. It will have an impact on what vegetation grows under the lake. So the fisheries research unit must actually now also get into gear and say we are changing the environment. Do we always monitor how this is changing and what other impacts it will have? So this bill is extremely important. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi. Let us hear what Kofi
very happy to participate, not as a person who comes from the Rift Valley, but as a person who is an equal Kenyan. Honorable Speaker, you know that any institution or entity that is not governed by rules is disorganized. The annulment of the Act, Honorable Speaker, led into destruction of the fishing sector or the fishing industry. And Honorable Speaker, today we participate in trying and giving our role under the Constitution to derive a new law that is going to govern the fish industry. As it has been said, Honorable Speaker, if we can manage clearly and we can have clarity in terms of management of our fish industry, it is going to be one of the pillars of our country's desire towards growth of the economy. Honorable Speaker, the destruction in the breeding sites has led to the tilapia that is being loved by everyone become an almost endangered species. And that is the sole reason today, Honorable Speaker, we sit here to debate and to have rules and regulations that is going to govern the fishing industry in its entirety. Honorable Speaker, the inclarity of where there were conflicts in terms of revenue sharing that was there between the national and the county government, this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, is going to address and to iron out those particular issues that were there in between the county government and the national government. Regards to licensing, Honorable Speaker, whereby a transporter from, say, Kisumu, crossing over to Narok through Bomet, and eventually landing in Nairobi for our markets, would not now be charged separately because of this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I stand to support and to affirm my position as a Kenyan. Because, you know, Honorable Speaker, some leaders can simply wake up one morning and simply want to portray other people like non-Kenyans. Would you imagine, Honorable Speaker, today, while I speak, of course I'm a Kalenjin by birth, but I'm a Kenyan. And being a Kenyan, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't mean that we can be discriminated by the regions that you were born from. For someone, a leader, to wake up and to want to demean and to portray one community. For example, I was so annoyed, Honorable Speaker, when one very knowledgeable person who served in this house, who knows the regulations, stand up in a podium and say, sisi hatutaki mambo ya Wakalenjin. It doesn't mean well for the people. We are all Kenyans, we are all Kenyans, and as we stand today, Honorable Speaker, we are here courtesy of a president who believes in unity, who believes in inclusivity, in inclusivity, Honorable Speaker. Would you imagine a situation whereby we have a sitting president who gave clarity in terms of manifesto? Today we're talking about fish farming, which was clearly in the manifesto of our president. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, the fisheries industry, or generally what we call blue economy, is one industry that has taken time to take off. It was started, a lot of effort has gone that direction, but probably it has not been organized, as it were. It has taken a while, but it's an industry that is extremely important for this economy and for Kenya as a country, even as a source of nutrition and also a source of commodities for trade. Honorable Speaker, the fisheries sector is key in many parts of this country. It had initially remained important in the areas that are endowed with water bodies, but it has become important across the country because there are various ways, innovative ways of raising fish. Madam Speaker, I can only hope that this particular report has given itself has created sufficient space through the institutions that have been created to basically protect the fish, as it were. What I mean by protection, Madam Speaker, is that we are very clearly aware that fish breeds in fresh water. If fish breeds in fresh water, then we need our rivers entering the water bodies fresh. And therefore, we need to protect our water bodies or water that is running upstream so that whatever goes into the large water bodies is clean enough to allow fish to go and spawn or to go and mate or breed at the entrances of these water bodies. That's where we need intensive and extensive marine research. Marine research has to do with the entire marine ecosystem. Whatever is in the marine ecosystem needs to be understood, specifically on the fish. We have many different varieties of fish, small and large. We have long and short. We have many types of fish. Varieties are also adapted to different ecological zones. They are highland or high altitude fish, low altitude fish. So research is key. And I'm happy to realize, Honourable Speaker, this particular report does provide for, the bill does provide for establishment of a fisheries research and development fund. This fisheries research and development fund will go a long way in helping shape the sector by basically contributing to the body of knowledge on fish, as it were. Honourable Speaker, fishing and post-fishing management is important. Catch fish needs to be managed. We have seen a lot of investment. I don't know the extent to which these investments are coordinated, but there are a lot of investments into the landing sites and the subsequent off-taking of the fish from the landing sites to the processing units. This needs to be properly managed. We need to have a proper integration of the entire process so that whatever fish is caught is not wasted through spoilage, that we can use all the fish. And I believe this particular legislation has taken care of that particular factor. Madam Speaker, we have had investment like the Liwatoni fish landing site. It's a magnificent several billion shilling investment, which has been done in the coastal region, in Mombasa, to enable the fish, the caught fish or catch fish that is got from the sea to be properly processed and managed for purposes of internal, in-country consumption and export. Madam Speaker, that and other efforts needs to be rounded and coordinated in a way that it is going to help us to benefit from this particular industry. Madam Speaker, we have also seen development of dryland fishing. Dryland fishing, I mean fishing in ponds, the establishment of fish ponds, establishment of dams, and the establishment of rivers. Well, at the pond and dam, Honourable Speaker, I would like to allude to the fact that every part of this country can actually produce fish, or can grow fish. What we need is to have an inlet and an outlet, or to have a mechanism for cleaning the water because it needs to be aerated. Fish will need water within will need oxygen or need air within the water, and therefore a process of getting water into and water out is important. And I believe this particular legislative proposal has taken care of that. When I turn to the large water body fish, Honourable Speaker, the lakes and the seas, we have this particular legislation coming in specifically to align the fishing industry to the best practices in the world. We know there are many countries who have engaged or invested in fishing and fish products, and they have gone very far. They have innovated different types of products. They have been able to get many fish domesticated, and they are able to get fish eaten across those countries and across the world. And they have gotten a lot of revenue, a lot of foreign exchange from these particular interventions. So protection of these areas is very, very important. I have particularly looking at our sea, which is exposed to us as a country. Kenya is endowed with a long coastline, And this coastline has provision. We have 12 nautical miles, which is close to 22 kilometers of water that is under total sovereignty of this particular country. Nobody should enter that particular part without express permission from us as a country. Honourable Speaker, if we look at the exclusive economic zone, which is around 200 nautical miles, another 367 kilometers of sea, where we also have sufficient or significant control. I pose to ask a question. How much of this do we actually control? Who actually does the fishing in our seas, and how much control do we have? When these people do their fishing, do they actually report it to us, or they just take away the fish? That, I believe, is one of the aspects that this particular legislation has come in to also control. Honourable Speaker, I recognize the need for the formation of the institution. The Fisheries Authority. We need an authority that will be able to organize this particular industry. An authority that will basically do the fish development, as it were, the different facets, different approaches in fish development. And these approaches, Honourable Speaker, have got to be in, for instance, the catfish, the catchfish, fish production upcountry, and fish production within the water bodies. They also have to do with promotion of fish consumption, promotion and marketing of the fish itself, promotion of fish production in various areas. So the promotional aspect, I believe, is going to be domiciled in this particular institution. And I also believe, Honourable Speaker, the issue of regulation of the fishing in terms of control of our fishing, the issue of the equipment that is supposed to be used to move fish from one point to another, the provisions that are required in order to adhere to the international standards, where we have to take care of the perishables. Honourable Speaker, that also, I believe, has been strongly taken care of in this particular legislation. Honourable Speaker, there is the issue of marketing. Fish marketing within Kenya, fish marketing outside Kenya. And Kenya has that particular possibility to market fish across the world. The other institution that I've realized this particular legislation is proposing, Honourable Speaker, is the Fisheries Levy Trust Fund. If we want anything in this particular country to grow, and especially in those sectors that are not very seriously funded, and I have in mind a sector like agriculture, most of the agricultural sectors are not very well funded, and I believe in fisheries, which was also originally in agriculture, is not that much funded. That being the case, Honourable Speaker, development or initiation of a levy within this particular sector is going to help in the development of this particular sector, because they generate resources which they can therefore plow back into the sector and develop the sector, as it were. Honourable Speaker, I said there in the beginning that every part of this country can be a fish-consuming community. I have in mind what we have done in Tigania West. We did establish a dam called Ngudiro Laingo. This particular dam, Honourable Speaker, we did ask the county government to use the water to put in the fingerlings. And these fingerlings are multiplying. The community around this particular dam has completely turned into a fishing community, and they're also selling the fish. In this particular respect, this particular community has found an extra source of income, and also we have improved the nutritional value of the food that they eat. Honourable Speaker, when it comes to let's say the lake fishing, we need to be careful to distinguish, and I believe the legislation will be careful to enable us to distinguish, and the research that will come in will also be able to enable us to distinguish between the fingerlings, or the young fish, and the stunted fish, which we probably sometimes call omena. So in this particular case, we are able, I believe we are going to have a better sector, a better community as a country, more income and more livelihoods getting nourished in this particular industry. Honourable Speaker, I support adoption of the report.
The Honorable Makilap, MP for Baringo Central. Is it Central?
Yeah, so Speaker, I come from Baringo North.
Baringo North.
Have you forgotten where you...
Baringo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've delayed you because I wanted to confirm, Honorable Millie, that you are ready to go. Because you are big on this one. I wanted your signal that you are ready to go. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you are wondering whether this pastoralist could be conversant with issues to do with fish. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this particular bill for one fundamental reason, Mr. Speaker, that this is the bill that will change the way in which we do fishing in our country. It is going to be the control over which we can develop a whole sector, a bottom-up sector of our economy, so that those other Kenyans who rely on fish to do business, to grow their incomes, and build the economy of this country from the bottom, they require this particular bill that is putting in order the fishing industry. So, Speaker, look at the livelihoods of many Kenyans, including me and you. Even those of us who are not born in areas where there are fish, today, Mr. Speaker, we have a high chance of eating fish given an opportunity away from the meat products. So, Speaker, one of the fundamentals that are actually this bill impressed to me is that, one, it has now recognized fishing and fishing development and fisheries development as a sector that will be able to grow our economy. Number one, matters research. This bill is trying to come up with a methodology on which we can actually invest in research in the fishing industry. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do research, we shall not go anywhere in the development of this particular sector, and all other sectors are founded on scientific knowledge on how to grow various industries, including the fishing industry. Mr. Speaker, we've had so many funds, CTF fund, coffee cherry fund, tea development fund, many other funds, but for the first time, we are going to have a fisheries and development fund that will be able to provide the necessary resources, the necessary plans on how to carry out fishing in Kenya from the small scale to large scale to international waters, right from the fish ponds to the rivers, to the lakes, to the dams, to the ocean. Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that will actually be able to be impressed by many other Kenyans who rely on this industry, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, marketing. Many a times, fishmongers and others are being abused because of this particular trade, as if it is a lesser trade than other businesses that we do in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when we do a lot of marketing on various species of fish to the market, both local and international, then we shall have put many people, many mothers, many youth in business in our country. Mr. Speaker, this is going to bring in a lot of revenue to our economy. Mr. Speaker, for example, this bill provides that if, for example, fish lives like Baringo, and they are given license there, or they're given a permit, why should it be deducted another permit in Nakuru, Kiambu, Nairobi, at the final destination? Once you have done from the source, then it gets all the way to the market without further levies in between that will make the cost of fish even more expensive. Mr. Speaker, that alone is a plus for the fishing industry. Mr. Speaker, it is also encouraging that if we can encourage many Kenyans and even county governments, for every dam or a pan dam done in Kenya, we need to ensure that there are fishlings, or what is called fingerlings, in those waters, so that every community in Kenya will be able to have a source of livelihood. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you are flour, unga flour for ugali,
and the place is so dry like Northeastern, and you have a dam where there is fish, you don't need to worry whether the livestock have died or not. You just take and go and do the small fish, get 2 or 3 fishes, and then you make a wonderful ugali, and there is a livelihood. In fact, those of us who grew young when we were looking after goats and cows, we could carry our, what's it called, the fishing hook. And in the evening, your mother will see you bring a lot of, some immature fish and others mature, and they are very sure, today we shall take a very good meal, full of proteins, full of the things that we believe that the people of Nyanza were eating, and they are knowledgeable, and they have a lot of skills. So every child in Kenya, given an opportunity to eat fish, will be able to actually have a lot of immunity in their bodies. Mr. Speaker, this government, the Kenya Kwanza administration, lined up programs to develop and grow the rural economies under the bottom-up economic transformation. One of the things that can actually be able to grow our rural economies regardless of where you come from. You don't need to live around the big lakes of Lake Victoria, Lake Baringo, Mombasa, and many other lakes in Kenya. You just need to have a fish pond or a nearby dam. You put fingerlings, and therefore you will be able to develop a sustainable food in your community. Mr. Speaker, even international waters. Mr. Speaker, you've had cases where foreigners come and harvest the fish in high seas, and they leave it without any form of taxation or payment of revenue. Mr. Speaker, this particular bill is sanitizing those kind of what I call fish bandits. The fish bandits will be sorted out. Mr. Speaker, remember the issue that we have always had around between Uganda and Kenya in a place called Migingo Island. You see, fish will move around the waters of Lake Victoria, and nobody controls them where to be at what time. So sometimes we have clashes related to fish in Migingo. That is actually banditry of fish. If you have not known, those of us in Kangogo who suffer from bandits of livestock, they are also bandits of fish. When this bill is coming to sanitize and ensure that kind of banditry around the fishing industry will actually be sorted out. Mr. Speaker, I think as other communities and other parts of Kenya are given subsidized fertilizer, as other parts of Kenya are given subsidized seeds, as other parts of this country are given coffee cherry fund, it is also time that we apportion resources to the fishing industry, to the livestock sector, so that when others are enjoying subsidized fertilizer and seeds and coffee cherry and having loans being waived, it is also a time that now the Kenya Kwanza administration have started it well, that we now put more resources in the fish sector and the livestock sector, because majority of Kenyans rely on these two sectors to grow their economy, Mr. Speaker. I support strongly that this is the game changer of the better transformation plan for Kenya under His Excellency William Ruto as President.
The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, nominated MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to this very important bill as I join my chair, Honorable Speaker, who has midwifed this bill up to where it is today. Honorable Speaker, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, fish farming is one of the industries that has remained untapped for quite a long time. And Honorable Speaker, this is the more reason why I want to really thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, for putting a lot of emphasis and supporting this particular industry in a big way. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill underwent thorough scrutiny. Honorable Speaker, we moved around this country. We went to almost all the areas that have massive fishermen. We went to Kirifi, we went to Lamu, we went to Mombasa, we went to Turkana, we went to Naivasha, Nakuru. Honorable Speaker, listening to the fishermen. Honorable Speaker, we listened to the Rio fishermen, we listened to the BMUs, we listened to the county government and to all other relevant stakeholders in the fishing industry. Honorable Speaker, the whole aim of this bill that we wanted to achieve, it was to ensure that we align the fishery sector with the international best practices. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we've realized now it is time for us not only to fish in our borders, we should be able to fish and market our fish across our borders, Honorable Speaker. And this is why we have come out strongly to recommend that even the Fish Marketing Authority be established, licensing, which was the biggest, which really was bothering the fish farmers because of multiple licensing and a lot of harassment when they go to the waters because they are required to have multiple licenses. Honorable Speaker, this bill is trying to consolidating the licenses so that the fish farmers can be able to fish without any harassment in the waters. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to note that as we've gone along fishing in our waters, we did not have mechanism of knowing what type of fish we are fishing, where to fish what, because in our deep seas, Honorable Speaker, we did not have a way of knowing the type of fish that is there. But today, with this bill, Honorable Speaker, the bill has put in mechanism to ensure that there is thorough stock taking, stock assessment, which will be done from time to time to ascertain what type of fish you are fishing and where you are fishing. On top of that, Honorable Speaker, it is important to know that there has been a lot of people fishing in our waters who are not authorized, unauthorized fishermen, and because the big vessels that come from other countries, there was no mechanism of ensuring that we know when they are coming, but this time, Honorable Speaker, these vessels are monitored and licensed so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be sure that our waters are safe. Honorable Speaker, I want to say there is also that scrutiny at the point of what comes in or what this industry makes. Honorable Speaker, through proper accountability mechanism, we will be able to run this industry professionally, Honorable Speaker, ensuring that all the money is collected, all the levies collected are well managed for the benefit of these farmers. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say the government has also ensured that through this bill, the fish farmers are not disadvantaged. You realize, Honorable Speaker, that our fishermen would go fishing and they would sometimes not be able to sell their fish at the appropriate prices because of fear of the fish going bad. But today, Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, the government has constructed very many landing sites. And an example is the Wachoni landing site, which is an ultra-modern landing site, properly equipped with very modern machines. It's a facility that will be able to secure the fish of our farmers, even when the market is not doing well. Fish can be stored there and sold at a later date. On top of all that, Honorable Speaker, in these landing sites, we shall be able to employ so many. This bill is also bringing an advantage of ensuring that there are so many young people who will be employed in these landing sites. And Honorable Speaker, we are saying this is an industry that should be supported, just like any other industry, because fish farming is a huge economic activity in this country. And to unlock the potential of our economy, if we can be able to support the fishing industry, Honorable Speaker, it is the only economic activity that will not be distracted by things like drought. Because food security for us as a country, Honorable Speaker, is very crucial and very critical. Because time and again, Honorable Speaker, we plant our crops, and sometimes when rains fail, we don't harvest. But if we can be able to invest in this industry, the government massively invests in the aquaculture industry. Honorable Speaker, we can be sure that even during times of drought, because fish has no season of drought, properly managed, we can be able as a country to make money and ensure that all our communities across this country have food security. Honorable Speaker, I want to say every country looks at what is it that is the pillar of their economy. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, I can say fish farming will stand as a pillar of our economy if it is properly managed. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying I really support this bill, and I want to urge the members of this House to support this fish bill so that once we pass it, then we can fast track it and ensure that, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we leverage on it so that our country is economically stable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The minority whip, because of rank and deep knowledge on the subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging my expertise on this area as a representative of probably the biggest chunk of Lake Victoria, which is the third largest freshwater lake in the world and the largest in Africa. Mr. Speaker, I was actually wondering when this bill was brought into Parliament, because in my lifetime in Parliament, we actually did a very comprehensive fisheries management and development bill, but I want to thank the seconder for explaining that actually there's a court matter that ensured that this bill is brought back. And when I was looking at the bill, because I contributed very largely on it, I discovered a lot of the issues that were there then are still here. However, I've made some notable issues. One on the issue of fish for sex for women, which is exploitation. It's not provided very strongly, and there are some minor amendments that I'll be proposing. However, I just want to indicate some of the things that I'll be proposing, but I just want to indicate that fish has a lot of potential for changing the economy of this country. And we actually, if we invest very heavily in blue economy, then even for the young people who don't have jobs can get opportunities. But we need to have a mindset change, a paradigm shift, because most people think fishing is ignoble. But fishing actually has a lot of potential. When many times when my mother was not able to get my school fees, I would go to my uncle who was a fisherman, and he would give me fee. So I'm also a product of fishing. My mother had 8 children, and she was a widow. And many times, other than bursary that would support us, many times she was not able to support us. So that is why I'm very passionate about issues to do with fishing, because it supported not only me, but even part of families, members of my family. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that because of the open access nature of fishing, it is very different from other sorts of businesses that people get in. You can't walk into anybody's land and just start digging. But when you go into fish or start farming, but the open access of fishing, especially the lake, as a natural resource, means I can come from Busia, and one day I'm just fishing in Kiumba Beach in Rusinga Island. It has come with a lot of problems, and I am sorry to say that I'm not seeing this bill addressing some of those issues that have arisen because of the open nature. We also propose other things, like in the last bill, I proposed exit to in situ fishing, which includes now the cage fishing and the farm aquaculture. But they have also come with issues. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues it has come with is when we are proposing in situ fishing or cage fishing, the presumption was that we would up the standards of our local people. But what is happening? It is actually industrial entities, many from out of the country, that have covered the entire Lake Victoria. Now, if you are going around my constituency, I have to find ways. I heard Honorable Nyekal talking about it. You have to find ways where you are navigating. There is no rule, there is no law, there is no regulation about what about artisanal fishers. How much space is there? Mr. Speaker, sometimes I'm here and I'm called. People are fighting in the lake. And lake fights are worse than shore fights because they will drown. And people do drown. Sometimes we actually give them under CDF. CDF in my constituency gives them security boats that they use for surveillance. And sometimes during the fights, the boats are destroyed because the fights get completely violent. Some of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that I want to say very quickly, number one is declining fish stock, because we've always presumed that fish is an infinite stock. It no longer is an infinite stock. There is declining fish stock, there is overfishing, there is population growth, we didn't factor in that. There's unemployment, so that people who would actually be involved in other ventures are now also coming into fishing. There is quasi-nomadic nature of fishing, as I've indicated, means that in my constituency, virtually every person from every part of Nyanza is in my constituency. From Migori, from Siaya, from wherever. My constituency is rural but very cosmopolitan because of fishing and the quasi-nomadic nature. Then there are also transboundary conflicts that you heard our party leader, Honorable Buru, was raising with the Ugandan president when he came here, that our fishermen are harassed by Ugandan fisherfolk and by the Ugandan security. And when they are harassed, sometimes they are forced to take or eat raw fish when they are arrested. And sometimes and the issue is because we don't have clear boundaries. Kenya and Uganda have set up that in the past. We have not sorted it out. And when we don't sort out the issue of boundaries, we end up fighting over waters, not actually over the land, like Migingo. People don't fight over Migingo, they fight over the waters. So sometimes people say, we are not interested in the waters, we are interested in the fish. But the fishermen will follow the fish wherever the fish goes. Sometimes the fish takes them up to Uganda. It calls for cooperation between Kenya and Uganda, which I'm not seeing emphasized in this bill. That there is actually a convention, an East African convention, that calls for setting up committees. I don't see that set up very strongly in this bill. Then, of course, there's the issue of environmental degradation, and we can see the water hyacinth and other systems, other things that have now invaded the lake and are causing the dwindling of stock of fish. There's weak governance and institutional structures, including bribery. Mr. Speaker, I've shared here on the floor that one time I was actually in Rusinga Island Lodge when we saw commotion in Litare Beach, which is the biggest beach in Rusinga Island. Fortunately, I was there, so I sent my security team to go and find out. And we were told that our people, our fishermen, had been arrested by Ugandans. And when I went there, the public, fortunately, effected a citizen's arrest. And when we reached, they were not actually Ugandan security. They were Kenyan police masquerading as Ugandan security. And they were taking money from the local people. They were almost lynched if had not intervened. So there is also corruption, there's harassment of fishermen. All those things need to be here as well. And then, of course, there's the issue of gender inequality and social dynamics, where women actually are involved in post-capture processing. And because of that, unless they pay money or they pay with their body, they are not able to get. And so there must be very, very express provision. I think sometimes when the committee that was dealing with this had me speaking to this, they just think because I speak a lot about gender issues. No, women are really mistreated in the fishing sector. And then, of course, there's the issue of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, or what is called IUU. And Kenya has actually ratified some of the convention. Last week I was with the parliamentarians for global action in Mexico, where we were actually looking at that treaty that Kenya has also ratified. And what it talks about is, on the one hand, we must make sure that we protect our natural resources, our marine resources, our aquatic resources, but not at the expense of local livelihoods. And therefore, this bill, and I'm glad if you actually look at the long title, it protects the livelihoods of fisherfolk while also looking at the issues of management and pollution. And so there are some that I'm glad. The issue that we are provided, the issue of inequity in licensing, where you find that most of, like our counties, they focus very heavily on the bigger industrial setups, the bigger people who are doing fish caging and all that. What about our locals? There's one practice that I'm still looking at the law, and Mr. Speaker, because you are a younger lawyer, you probably might be better placed to do this. The issue where these investors come, they lease land, but they lease them at such throwaway prices. You find that somebody is given 200,000 Kenya shillings. This is a person who has never held 5,000 Kenya shillings in his life, but is given 200,000 to lease their land for 20 years, Mr. Speaker. If you reduce that 200,000, how much does it become? Mr. Speaker, those are things that must be here. We want investors, we welcome investors, but we don't want them to exploit our local fishermen. We must protect our fishermen, and we must make sure that even when we are expanding fishing, it's for the benefit of artisanal fishers, not just for people who are coming outside to make money. We want partnerships, not only building schools and all that. We want partnerships that will help our communities and change our livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up.
No,
but I will
Honorable Millie, how much more time do you need?
maybe just 2 minutes to wind up.
No, will the 2 minutes enable you also to touch something on the exclusive economic zone? Because I've heard you speak a lot
Yes,
to
yes.
fisheries in inland waters.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I can actually talk about exclusive economic zones. And Mr. Speaker actually went and we met with a group of experts and investors from out of the country who are introduced to Homa Bay County. And they wanted to introduce concepts of fishing that would ensure that our fishermen actually get cheap boats and fishing gear at cheaper prices. And so I want to thank the Homa Bay County through the Governor Gladys Wanga that they are willing to partner. I will follow up. I don't know how far they have gone. I introduced them to the county. And when you have those exclusive economic zones, one, I can tell you right now, if you are to do a boat, because our constituency, CDF has actually been doing that, when you do one simple boat, it costs about 1.3 million Kenya shillings. And if you are to do that in my constituency, you have 64 beaches. If you are to do that for 64 beaches, you are not building any other classrooms, because then they come as security boats. But when you have exclusive economic zones, it will help in very many things, both processing, fingerlings, and all that, especially when you are dealing with bigger capture and when we are talking about commercialized fishing. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to talk about is also that we have a lot of fights over rich areas for fishing because, of course, now there is depletion. When people run out of this, you find, for instance, that, fishing, many people don't understand, but we have people who fish in the day, people who fish in the night. So the people who fish in the day leave their, they go and leave their nets and everything in the lake. The ones who come in the night, they take advantage because you have the mbuta and omena fishers and tilapia fishers. They operate very differently. And so there's a lot of conflict. And I'm always called upon to have meetings, and that is part of the reason that I've become an expert, because then I've been forced to learn, to understand actually the challenges that the fisher folk go through. And above that, one of the things that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker, is protection of the fishermen themselves. That sometimes when I'm late, I'm coming from Fangado, Takawiri, or Remba Islands, and I'm coming back to the mainland, and it's extremely stormy that you actually think you're about to capsize. By then, my father died in a boat accident, so there are real concerns. And you are worried that you actually have, that stormy waters. You will find
different markets. And the good thing about Kenya, Mr. Speaker, sir, having met different people from different countries, we have so special fish in this country. And most of the country would prefer, actually to have even exports in their respective countries. But what we have been lacking today, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's what we are talking about today. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm sincerely standing to support the Fisheries Management and Development Bill. This is going to change the country. This is going to support our farmers who have suffered for so long. And at the end of the day, it is also going to boost on matters of food in this country. Therefore, this is a good bill that once it's supported, I'm expecting a lot of good results. Therefore, for those points, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. This is a good bill to support.
The Honorable Julius Sunkuli, the Member of Parliament for Kilgoris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this bill. And as is quite clear, the aim of this bill is to replace the Cap 378, the colonial law that actually did not address Kenya's current ambitions for its blue economy. This bill is set against, or rather is against the background of declining stocks in the fish industry and a massive supply deficit. It also addresses the issues of illegal fishing and a failure to unlock our aquacultural commercial potential. Those are the stated, that is what you can see behind this bill. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, has strengths and as well as weaknesses. I see this in the normal, in our current way of making laws. We are quite strong on building institutions. So you can see here that a good part of this bill establishes the Kenya Fisheries Service, or KEFS, as the primary body for the conservation and management of these fisheries. It also creates a licensing system where it is actually required that both at the national level and especially at the county level, we know who our fish farmers are. That is actually what I would consider myself to be the main emphasis of this bill. However, Mr. Speaker, I would say that although that has been the main thing, Kenya's major problem currently is that there is a big increase of the people who consume fish. Before, in Kilgoris constituency, comprised mainly of pastoralist people, did not eat fish. In fact, it was one of the most difficult things because when you looked at those guys who used to be professors in the university, they used to come from Luo Nyanza. And when you ask them what the secret was, they would say they eat the head of the fish. And Mr. Speaker, we have since started eating the fish. The thing is, those people who found it difficult to eat the head of the fish are now eating, including the tail. And there's a higher consumption, not just because of the growth of population, but because of the growth of demand of the fish. Our fish in Kilgoris constituency comes from Lake Victoria. We have a high stake in how fishing goes on around Lake Victoria. The farmer, the traders, you ask any person who comes from Luoland in Kilgoris, where do you come from? They say they come from Homa Bay. And they have a huge Homa Bay association in Kilgoris. And their main business, apart from in the industrial part, is selling fish. Now, we are quite concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the fishing in Lake Victoria has gone very industrial. The fact that now we have cage farming, fishing in Lake Victoria is quickly depleting the resources of Lake Victoria. And this is the issue actually which I thought this bill should address. Because if the total consumption of Kenya, if the total consumption is 600,000 tons, yet all we produce is 168 metric tons. Where is the deficit going to be satisfied from? Now, the government introduced a 10% excise duty on all fish imports in 2023 and 2024. That was good in order to protect our local farmers. But where is the deficit going to be addressed from? Apart from putting institutions and governance issues in this bill should address the issue that fish has become a very important commodity in our market. Now, our per capita consumption is 4.3 kilograms a year, less than any other African group, Mr. Speaker, of 10 kg. The nutritional value of fish, therefore, is not being satisfied. And as I said again, that Lake Victoria, which provides 70% of Kenya's inland fish, is in a decline. It fell 18.8% in 1 year, that is 2022 to 2023. If this trajectory is not reversed, the supply crisis will become very big in our food security. And Mr. Speaker, this bill will pass because we require it to pass. But we must be ready at the committee level to face a number of corrections. One of the problems I see with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the public participation. I was surprised that, that the honorable member, our chief whip here, minority whip here, did not even participate in the public participation. There was a meeting, a roundtable meeting in Kisumu in April 2025, involving about 40 experts and stakeholders who unanimously rejected the contents of the bill. The comments that were made by this meeting in Kisumu should be taken into account so that we know what actually they did not like, and so that we can be able to address it when we come to the committee stage. Pardon? I didn't hear that, but the Lake Victoria Aquaculture Association formally wrote to the clerk of the National Assembly on the 7th of April 2025, urging that Parliament should suspend this bill. But however, you know, this has had something to do with now the courts. The concerns of these organizations should also be understood so that we can be able to correct these at the correct stage. There are quite a number of institutions, Mr. Speaker, who are approached. But I think that in future, when you are approached the stakeholders of the fishing industry, we must also approach the consumers. Now we are part of the consumers' table. We would have liked to input into this so that the fish, unfortunately, no longer belongs to Nyanza. It belongs to all of us. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we are, if I may use the word, landlocked as Kilgoris, and we are going to be compelled to go to fish farming by other means other than, you know, depending on the ocean. Now, what we require here are the resources so that we are able to monitor, so that we are able to understand how it is done. And I hope, Mr. The Speaker, you being our neighbor from Homa Bay, will be able to send some of the experts to come and help the people of Kilgoris understand how the farming is done. I just want to make one comment, Mr. Speaker, about the institutions that have been created. The bill's monitoring, control, and surveillance, that is MCS unit, is a step in the right direction, but it must be funded. You know, it must be funded, it must have good staff, it must be equipped. You know, a pepper enforcement unit with no patrol boats or surveillance technology will not be very effective. The requirement for vessel monitoring systems on all licensed vessels is welcome, but enforcement of these offshore waters requires dedicated maritime patrol capacity, and currently our country lacks these. And the bill must explicitly mandate adequate budgetary allocation towards these issues. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Rosa Kinyi Buyu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and I've seen Honorable Karoli. Honorable Karoli is saying that I've taken his position, but he's actually accepted to sit right behind me, and I appreciate that. Mr.
because it's one thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of farming and fishing, it's also the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Because when you talk of fishing, Mr. Speaker, in our country, Kenya, we have a very good opportunity of doing serious fish farming in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if I remember sometimes back in my constituency, there is an NGO which was supporting some farmers to have fish ponds, to do business, farming of fish. But Mr. Speaker, due to lack of good framework, Mr. Speaker, the NGO had to withdraw because there was no good framework. And I want to thank, because I know this bill will solve some of those problems and also make our farmers to be to stand strong in their farming activities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember I used to support farmers in my constituency. Although I come from the lower eastern where many people think that there is no water. But Mr. Speaker, the farmers in my constituency and we are doing fish ponds and we are supported by some organizations to do farming and they were making money. But this poor framework has caused them, the NGO, to withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, I know, will solve some of these problems. Mr. Speaker, I know our farmers, when you go to Kisumu, Mombasa, and these areas where they do majorly in farming, fish farming, Madam Speaker, they are facing some challenges like lack of chemicals, insecurity, and Madam Speaker, I know this bill will also sort this problem of insecurity in some areas. As my colleague has said, some fishermen, they go out in the evening to fish, and they are not sure whether they'll come back, Mr. Speaker, because of the areas they are going to fish. So, Mr. Speaker, we need a law which will protect our farmers, our fishermen, as they go to fish. They know that they have security. And in case of any accidents, they'll be sure that they'll be compensated. There is also issue of count and national licensing conflict, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is a bill which will also solve that problem because we need to have a good regulations. We need our counties to know that they have a good mandate to support our fishermen. We also need to know that there should be no conflict between the national government and the county government. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that this bill, when I was going through the bill, I saw, although Mr. Speaker, I know during the committee stage, we'll also need some amendments on the bill because we need to polish the bill and make sure that we give Kenyans one of the best, Mr. Speaker. So I know this bill will also help improve the farming in our country because Kenya is an agriculture country. And as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we also need to be doing exports to feed our fish to other countries. But due to lack of good framework, Mr. Speaker, we are now just consuming our fish, and we also need to improve on the technologies. We use new technology, whereby we use nets, which can also help our farmers to do good harvests, also to give them a boost on the chemicals. I remember sometimes last year I saw some farmers who were doing cages in Lake Victoria, and they get a very big loss after all the fish were affected. I don't know by any chemicals or what, but Mr. Speaker, we need to protect our farmers because such incidents like that, the farmers to be compensated, the farmers to get their right to get the right chemicals to use, and also to do the right methods of farming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support this bill because it's also taking care of our the common mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have those small farmers who are doing small scale, Mr. Speaker, and they also need to be protected because we start there to become large scale. And this bill, when I was going through the bill, it's also protecting those small scale farmers. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm joining us with my colleagues to make sure that this bill goes through so that it can benefit our farmers and also it can improve the economy of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Honorable Jared Okello will be followed by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. And if there is no, then Honorable Karoli Omondi. And if there is no more interest to contribute, the mover will reply.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And on the same breath, allow me to also support this bill on fisheries management and development bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, everything in Nyanza was designed to fail. And that is why sugarcane, for example, has always been known as a poverty crop, in the sense that the inputs outweigh the output. You inject a lot of capital investment, but you get nothing in return. There has been attempts to bring in a new cane seed that only takes 9 months to mature and also responds very positively so to the adversity of weather. But this is only found at the coast in Kwale. It has taken more than 10 years for this cane variety to come to our areas because poverty in our place was designed by successive regimes that have always been in place. So you look at fish farming, for example, again.
Honorable Jared Okello, you know Professor Uma Muga?
Yes, I do know, the late.
He used to call it Chan Mo Chan.
Yeah.
Plant
poverty, yes. Chan Mo Chan. That is what we are going through as a community, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you take your cane to the factory, even though you have waited for 2 years for the cane to be cut, you still have to contend with 3-4 months before you get your payment, just because the factory is traded with your money and are reluctant to give you back your money, even when the government has put in a lot of time and energy to revamp the sugar sector by inviting private developers or private investors. The problems persist to this very day. Honorable Speaker, fish farming, or rather fishing in its entirety, is also another poverty exercise or poor exercise. You see the fishermen go into the lake bidding farewell to their family members because they are venturing into an unknown territory. By God's grace, they show up tomorrow in the morning at around 10 o'clock. And you have people who are sitting pretty in very prestigious hotels, enjoying air-con rooms, coming to buy those fish for a song, put them into refrigerated trucks, and take them away to Nairobi, and hence get the biggest proceeds out of them, Honorable Speaker. Now, the person who had to contend with the poor weather in the night.
They don't take them to Nairobi.
Yes,
the
that's
fish
Thika.
factory is in Thika.
Is in Thika. Yes, where they do canning.
For reasons I hope this bill is addressing.
Yes. So they're taken to Thika, they can them, they remove bones and call them fillets, and then export some of them to Japan and other countries out there. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the amount of profit they're making out of it. Yet the person who moved into the lake in the dead of the night with a lot of uncertainties is left languishing in abject poverty back there at home. And he has to, sleep during the day just quite a bit, and in the evening, go back again to the lake and carry out the same exercise, Honorable Speaker. And you ask yourself, why is the factory in Thika? Because really, factories by nature are built next to raw materials. The only factory that is built away from raw materials is the fishing industry here in Thika. Yet, no fish, no lake exists within Thika, Honorable Speaker. So, there are many, many problems that I hope this bill will be able to address, Honorable Speaker. It has always been said, and I heard my friend, Honorable Sunkuli, did allude to it. Fish, by its own nature, has what we call omega-3. Now, omega-3 is a component that helps in brain development. Honorable Speaker, I have tested this. I have a constituency that ends its tip, a school in my constituency that ends its tip at Lake Victoria. It's called Nyamrundu. A very modest school with less facilities to boot. But year in, year out, when results come out, they post the best results in my entire constituency. And the reason is simple. They feed on fish, they feed on omena, and that is just their delicacy. And unlike beef, which you cannot eat beef consistently for 1 week, Honorable Speaker, because you will run out of appetite. Fish is the only flesh that you can eat year in, year out, and you will never run out of its own appetite. The taste is so good, the aroma is so intense that you don't have to run out of it. So fish must be protected. There was an attempt to make the Kabonyo Kanyagwal Aquaculture and Fisheries Center in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, at a cost of 2.5 billion shillings. But this has also been like a moving target. When the president comes, it is 2.5 billion. When other people working for him in government show up, it now moves down to 1 billion. So we don't know which is which and what is what. The president launched this project about 2 years ago. Up to now, the foundation hasn't left the ground. And this was not a GOK-funded project. This was a Hungarian government project. And if I question, I'm being told that there is a problem with paperwork from the Ministry of Fisheries and Mining and Blue Economy to Treasury so that they can put a request to Hungarian government to bring in this money. So when we say Chan Mochan, Honorable Speaker, taking a tangent from your very words, we were designed to be poor with all the professors and all the technocrats that we have. Look, for example, we just donated Honorable Mbadi the other day from this house into government. 1 million times the president has come out to say Mbadi has saved this government from collapse, imminent collapse. There were 6 countries that were earmarked for failure to pay back their loans owed to breastfeed institutions. Only Kenya, out of 6, survived the purge. Why? Because we donated an expert. And that is just one of them. So if we, at a particular time, will have a government that responds to our aspirations, to absorb the people from our regions into running the affairs of government, I can assure you, we shall have an economic rapid flight towards growth and development. So fishing as an industry must be addressed if indeed the lives of our people are anything to go by and matter to the government of the day. And therefore, I unequivocally support this bill. I want to thank the chair of the Committee on Blue Economy, my brother, Honorable Kangogo Bowen, whom I visited a fortnight ago in his constituency, and he's doing a splendid job for his people. And they actually told me that he will be in that office until he says by himself that no more for me. So for putting this bill into place together with my colleagues, Honorable Rosa Buyu, Honorable Kathambi, and all the entire committee for such splendid work. There will be minor amendments that we will pursue to enrich, not to castigate, but to enrich this bill so that all the issues that are not responding to the wishes of our people can ultimately be addressed. My sister, Honorable Buyu, did allude to one fundamental issue, that our people get licenses to do fish farming from the county government because agriculture was devolved. But once they have this most important document, they are told, by the way, this does not work, you need one from the national government. So why create this confusion, Honorable Speaker? So we need to address these kinds of gaps. And I want to thank my party leader. the indomitable Honorable Burudinga, who in his wisdom approached the Ugandan president and told him to his face that Lake Victoria should be a common user facility. And therefore, he cannot abrogate himself the role of fishing from the lake, yet sidelining the Republic of Kenya, which has 6% share of Lake Victoria in its entirety. And fish, by its very nature, is migratory. So you cannot tell me that fish that was in Kenya in the morning, but by dint of movement.
1 minute for him to conclude.
Yeah, so when you say fish belongs to Uganda, what about the times that the Ugandan fish is in our side of the lake, Honorable Speaker? So we need to, even as people move to echelons of power, also realize that the lake is being shared by 3 countries, disseminating its waters into River Nile, which then cuts across even more countries as it ends up in Egypt. And not just the waters, we also must share the proceeds that come with the lake, and fish is one of them. Now, our country exports tuna and cod from the coastal region, Honorable Speaker, and this really bring in a lot of revenue into our economy. Those must also be properly addressed so that we can run away from the normal agriculture with intense labor and move to things like fishing that will still bring the dollars into this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well spoken, Honorable Jared Okello. The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the Fishery Management and Development Bill, a bill number 29 for the National Assembly, that was of 2023. Mr. Speaker, as I thank the Chair of the Blue Economy, Honorable Kangogo, first we need to ask ourselves that we are hoping that this bill is there to help us to translate ourselves from what has been happening, Mr. Speaker, especially you can imagine after devolution, all those years, we've just been using the colonial era, Cap Act 378. I mean, you ask yourself, really? All these years? And that is why when you say we have factories, I don't know where, in Thika, it's because of that colonial act of fishery that we've been having. And so I'm hoping this one now changes us into a manner where we will manage our fishery industry effectively, focus on sustainability, enforcement, modernization, Mr. Speaker, and community involvement. Because I think that is one thing that we have been lacking, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at the bill, just I've gone through and I'm asking myself, good, you find that the bill also comes in and establishes now board of directors to govern KFS with the policy oversight, which we need for financial accountability and transparency and staff recruitment. But more importantly, it has to strengthen that sustainability I've talked about in fishing practices. Protect breeding areas through the fish sanctuaries. Because that's another thing where you find foreigners have come in, Mr. Speaker, and you realize many, many Kenyans were complaining. And they will tell you there's fish coming from China. The fish was not coming from China. The fish was just our tilapia in Lake Victoria, but because the Chinese had already formulated cages and they know how to use modern technology, our people were wondering, because they are used to their nets at night. These ones are more advanced. The fish will come into the cages. In the morning, they just pick the fish. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing we need to do, and I'm hoping this bill will provide, is training for our farmers, especially in fingerlings and affordable feeds. Expand government initiatives. Let us have economic stimulus packages to now help our fishermen who are down there. And today, Mr. Speaker, you realize women are the ones who are really in this industry. And when you come to Kikomba, for example, early in the morning at around 3, you'll find a whole truck coming from Homa Bay or Uyoma, whoever, with fish. It arrives in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. It will be taken to a cooler. So that now, from there is when the women are able to buy. We need to open up the space so that this mama who knows very well Uyoma, where the fish, the real fish is, Homa Bay, is able just to go to Homa Bay, pick the fish, come to Kenyatta market like Anyango, who has sold fish, employed many women, Mr. Speaker, and today she drives just because of fish. And not just her. We have those in Kikomba, I can tell you, for years. Just this Easter, a lady walked in my house and told me she used to sell fish at Makongeni. And because of affordable housing, they came and removed and told her she now needs to move. So her whole container and her whole freezer and everything, they allowed her, yes, to have time to remove it. But now she had to stop. I decided, let me boost you back. Because when she gave me the narrative of how she has been sustaining her whole family in Western Province because of fish, I realized if our women were given that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, today we will have very many empowered women. We must ensure this bill will bring in the use of technology such as the GPS tracking, so that also we can bring in critical enforcement. I know we are talking of part 2, talks about the licensing and access, and the most important thing that we must ask ourselves is create a child licensing system that will help the mamambogas who do fishing, the semi-industrial, and the industrial fishing people. Let's open up the space. This government is a government that said, and I know that is why the president finds himself in a lot of challenges, because he opened up spaces where some elite would never have allowed these spaces to open. But now we need to go deeper and open more spaces. This blue economy, not many people are concentrate much on it, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because they don't see the things that we see in these other committees where people think, oh, it is very fast to get current expenditure and use. These are some of the committees and sectors where it is project-based. It can really support many Kenyans. This and the minerals are 2 sectors. If we unlock, we will find many Kenyans employing themselves, having something to do, and more importantly, to just plead with our young people that these are sectors they need to really get into these sectors, Mr. Speaker. When you look at part 3, the fisheries management and conservation, one of the things that I pick and I think we need to really, really push is to deploy observers on fishing vessels for surveillance purposes. All landings must occur in the presence of an inspector or an observer. Now, this is where Migingo now comes in, where now my Ugandan president, who is my good father and friend and everything, that Migingo, just the way the party leader is saying, Oburudinga, is not just for you. It's for every...
Honorable Beatrice Elachi, do you want to be informed?
Yes.
Yeah, give the information, Honorable Rosa Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform my good friend, Honorable Elachi, that the title of the party leader of ODM is Dr. Oburu Oginga, not just Oburu Oginga. I think Honorable Millie some time back pointed out that there's a difference when she was referring to members of parliament from Homa Bay. And she categorically stated that the female members of Homa Bay when you mention them, it is Dr. Mili, Dr. Linago, Dr. Vincent, Dr. And then when you come to Honorable Kaluma, who currently is sitting on the chair, it's just Kaloma, Alala, Alala. Okay. So I'd like to just correct my friend.
Are you
Please.
by any chance undermining the speaker?
I apologize, Mr. Speaker, but my point is, I'm encouraging the Speaker to actually take a cue from the female members of Parliament from Homa Bay and go to school so that my friend, Honorable Elachi, can actually not refer to the party leader of ODM, Oburu. No, it is Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw, even though I was doing it in respect. You know, I'm also a doctor, Speaker. It's only that the one I was given when I was Speaker, I need to now finish. There's something else I've refused to just finish and now get the real one. But I was honored when I was Speaker and given a doctorate.
But really, Dr. Beatrice Elachi, if I may, you know, you were interrupted when we were dealing with a very serious subject. You know, 200 nautical miles from the Indian Ocean shores of Lake Victoria into the ocean is Kenya's exclusive economic zone.
Yes.
You can imagine the amount of, fish stock and generally matters attendant to the blue economy that is there. And yet you still find our people along the lake, from Kilifi through Lamu, dying of starvation. So make that point you're making and make it firmly.
As I was saying, and let me now, for purposes of correcting myself, Mr. Speaker, my party leader, Dr. Oburu Oginga, Senator of Siaya. And this is one thing you realize even no any other president never bothered to just have wisdom and see how to speak with my good neighbor, good president, Yoweri Museveni. But it is something that we have to do, and I'm hoping we will, when we pass this bill, these are some of the things that we need. Having ourselves in East Africa also as a country, as Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and the other countries, Mr. Speaker, there is very serious need for us to have harmony within the Lake Victoria. And so I agree with him. In part 4 of the bill, we talk about the aquaculture, and you realize, Mr. Speaker, on this one, I just want to say that let us allow international collaboration on disease management in cross-border aquaculture zones. I think that will be one thing that we need to really enforce. You find there is also part 5, the offenses, penalties, and enforcement. For me, I support the fine of Kenya shillings 500,000 and cancellation of the license. That one is very, very key. But more importantly, as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, you know, in all this, when we talk about all this, who do we want now to benefit? It is that person who has been around the lake, who has had to now become the person who comes, hustles, gets everything, does everything, and we have someone else who, in language, let me call them the cartels. Because in every sector in Kenya, we have the owners. And it is something that has gone for many years. That is why you see in every sector when you try to penetrate, you will find yourself with a lot of challenges and barriers and people fighting. At that time, they will hate you, Mr. Speaker. They will call you all names. Just know there's something you are about to either close or there's something you're about to open up for many to benefit, and that is why now you become an enemy. That is one thing as Kenyans, we must really ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute for Honorable Beatrice Elachi to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves, how are we going to unlock all these challenges we are facing in every sector? Since 1963, there are those who believe these are their sectors. In fact, there was a time, Mr. Speaker, you'll go and do a tender in the Ministry of Health or in the Ministry of Livestock, and you'll find the people, and this I'm saying in a very sad way, they will tell you we are praying so that there's drought, so that we are able to bring in either hay or this and this. And this is how some of us will never understand why at one side of the country people are really very angry, another side of the country people are comfortable and they feel it is okay. And the status quo must remain. So in this of the fishing, it is time where now the waters come from, where God decided that is where the waters will be and the tilapia will come. And I can tell you the Homa Bay tilapia to date, if you just go on website, you find they are very, very key young Kenyans who I salute. They buy, it is now exported, and they are doing very well with fishing in Homa Bay County. So for me, Mr. Speaker, as I support this, let it be a bill that will help our young women who have been in this sector for many years. I beg to support.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I actually rise to support this bill. I think it is a far much better improvement on what was existing before, and there's been a lot of public participation. However, I have some concerns that I would like to raise. One, in terms of the institutional structure, I'm not quite convinced that we need an independent Kenya Fish Marketing Authority separate from Kenya Fisheries Service. Because my understanding is fisheries is both a function of conservation, management, as well as a function of marketing. And if you separate the two institutions, one may not have the necessary data to understand what the fish stocks are. One will be issuing licenses, will be authorizing fishing, but will not be responsible for maintaining the biomass of the fish or the stocks, which will be a responsibility of the other organization. I would have wished to see a marketing department of the fisheries service, but an independent fish development fund, which would in investments in the sector. So I'm not very sure this will work in the long run. I think there'll be a problem because one organization will be more focused on marketing without the necessary information as to the stocks. Fishing is globally is sold by quotas and fishing licenses so as to manage the biomass itself. That said, Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about inland fisheries as well as marine fisheries. Let me start with inland fisheries, the freshwater fisheries, because that's what concerns most of my constituents. Fish has moved from affordable staple food now to something that is a preserve of the rich. Not many people around Lake Victoria or Lake Baringo can still afford to eat fish. We are experiencing very serious loss of species, habitats, breeding grounds because of pollution, introduction of exotic species, and climate change. But there's also a bigger problem. The way we handle our fish inland excludes us from ever selling it to European markets. Not that we even have enough to sell, but it becomes very difficult to sell it. If you go to Uganda, a typical tilapia is 3-4 times the size of the one you find in Kenya because they have better breeding grounds, they have better conservation mechanisms, and they still have they protect them from invasive species that interfere with the growth of the small fish. But here we have a very serious problem. So phytosanitary standards are a problem, and I think the government should focus on doing cold storage, solar powered. It's not very expensive, at every single BMU, not one fish landing beach in a constituency. that does not have good roads? How will you take the fish there? There are simple solar-powered cold storages that can be put up at every beach management unit. We also need very clear government support in terms of a development fund to help private sector invest in the fishing sector, whether by way of getting boats, by way of getting small processing plants, and even making use of the other resources other than the flesh of the fish, so that we can turn the skin and the bones into other things by way of value addition. And right now, there's a lot of cage fishing also along the freshwater lakes, within the freshwater lakes. I think we need to do investigation on the environmental impact of fish caging fishing on the long-term sustainability of the natural systems of the freshwater lakes in this country. So those are some of the issues that I think we really need to deal with for inland fisheries. For marine fisheries, the most important thing first is that we need onshore processing. We have a habit of issuing licenses to large vessels that go to our international waters, fish, and never come back onshore. Namibia does it the other way around. You have to come and process onshore so that jobs are created, so that there's value addition. So I've not seen strong emphasis on joint ventures and local content requirements in the bill. I think we need to improve on that. So anybody coming to fish in our marine waters must come and process onshore. Honorable Speaker, we need also very strong revenue raising mechanisms for marine fishing, license fees, taxes to be paid, VAT, and clear record keeping. There's also the resource rent they have to pay, environmental conservation fee in case things go wrong. We need all those. And we need a very robust public register that is open to inspection of all the fishing rights and the quotas that have been allocated to anybody engaging in marine fishing in our waters. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a good bill, but the test will be in the pudding. If we don't address some of these issues I'm raising, we will have a good bill, but the impact, the social and economic impact for the people will not be great. Another matter with inland fishing right now around Lake Victoria are the mining activities that are taking place for gold and other minerals along the main rivers that actually flow into Lake Victoria. There's a lot of mercury right now flowing into Lake Victoria because there's gold mining in parts of Kakamega, parts of Game, where there's River Nzoia and River Yala, and then also around Migori area, where we have River Kuja. And you know, Lake Victoria, 60% of the fresh inflows come from the Kenyan side. So there's a big problem, environmental problem happening down there because of these mining activities that I think we need to pay attention to. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. But I think there's still some work to be done. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dr. Ivo Bara, in under 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I too stand to support the bill. However, Mr. Speaker, I have a few issues. The first one is on sustainability and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, balancing the needs for conservation and economic needs of fishing communities may be challenging. The stricter regulations that are being recommended may limit fishing opportunities for small-scale fish folk, particularly coming from my area in Homa Bay County. The second one is on enforcement challenges, Mr. Speaker. Ensuring compliance with licensing and anti-illegal, unreported, and unregulated measures require substantial resources and effective enforcement mechanism, which may also be a problem to our people. Thirdly is the coordination with counties. Mr. Speaker, I realize that on this, Mr. Speaker, aligning national policies with county-level priorities, and ensuring seamless collaboration could be complex. Thirdly, fourth, funding for aquaculture, Mr. Speaker. Promoting the aquaculture development may require significant financial and technical investment. And this, again, could be a problem. Market access, Mr. Speaker, coming from Homa Bay County, which has a lot of water mass, market access could also be a challenge to the small-scale fish folk. They may struggle to access high-value markets without support for infrastructure and logistics. Again, as I said, I support the bill. I have noted the key highlights of the bill, but those are the main challenges that may need to be addressed in this bill. Thank you very much. Once again, I support. Thank you.
Mover will now reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I reply, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate all my colleagues. I want to appreciate the leader of majority who actually moved the bill, the members of the committee who are here, the Honorable Rosa Buyu, the Honorable Muthoni, all members who contributed to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that this bill is going, if we pass it, it's going to be a better bill or a better law than the current bill, the current act we have. Mr. Speaker, as we move to the third reading of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure members, including the Honorable Ivo Bara, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who have raised some issues, that now we are moving to the critical stage of amending now the law. Mr. Speaker, the report we are debating in this House is as a result of public participation. We have the report from Council of Governors. We have the report from also from the members we have had. Mr. Speaker, if we put them together, I think it will be okay as members if we bring in more amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I request Mr. Speaker to defer now if, of course, we may not have to put the question now because pursuant to the Standing Order 53. So I just want to say, honorable members, if you have any other amendments, we are ready as a committee to work together with you in the third reading so that we can have a good bill, a bill for fishermen, a bill for posterity of Kenyans, but not, what we have, Honorable Speaker, is not cast on the stone. It can be amended. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I move, or I reply, sorry.
Yes, honorable members, I now put the question. Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, we now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. There was a direction previously given that, yes.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the conservation, management, and development of fisheries and other aquatic resources to enhance the livelihood of communities dependent on fishing and to establish the Kenya Fisheries Services and for connected purposes.
Thank you. We go back to order number 12. Call the order.
Order number 12, hoja, ukaguzi kwa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kuendelezwa kwa mjadala.
There being no noted interest, the mover will reply. The mover will reply. You have your interest in which order? Yes, proceed then.
Asante sana mwenyekiti. Nimesimama hapa kwa heshima kusema ya kuwa nina support hii motion. Mwenyekiti, unajua kuna watu wengi sana kwa hii bunge, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini Spika si Kiswahili, ndio sababu ninasema mwenyekiti. Ningetaka ningeomba kwa vile tunaongea juu ya East Africa ya kuwa tuende benchmarking Tanzania ili tujifunze Kiswahili, kwa sababu watu wengi wanapenda tu kwenda benchmarking mbali, lakini kama tunataka uhusiano nzuri kati ya Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania, inahitaji tuende karibu Tanzania kwa vile wanaelewa Kiswahili kutufanya nini? Kutushinda. Na kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kila mara tukileta hoja hapa ya Kiswahili, ingawa Kiswahili si mdomo changu, lakini lazima nijaribu ili mimi pia wakati nitakuwa nikitoka hapa nitakuwa expert ya Kiswahili. Kuna wengine hapa wanacheka vile, lakini hao hata kusema tu hawawezi. Mimi naweza. Kama Honorable Rosa Buyu niliona tu mimi hata ndio nimemu-encourage, alikuwa tayari amehepa anaenda, lakini namu-encourage kama tunataka vile nimesikia akisema nataka power. Huwezi pata power kama hujui Kiswahili. Kwanza jifunze Kiswahili. Sasa ukienda kila mahali hapa Kenya, kuna mahali watu hawaongei Kiingereza mingi. Wanaona kama hiyo ni kuwasumbua. Wanaongea tu Kiswahili. Na sio tu hapa, kwa vile sasa tunaongea maneno ya East African Community. Na kama vile nimesema, najua Tanzania ndio iko juu sana. Alafu inafuata na Kenya, alafu at least tunashinda Uganda. Najua hiyo kabisa tunawashinda. Au wanafikiri Kiswahili ni lugha ya majambazi. Lakini ni lugha ya kama watu kama sisi tulienda shule wakati ni Kiingereza tu tulikuwa tunafundishwa. Sikufanya na French na Spanish. Kwa hivyo mimi naongea Spanish kama sasa nimetoka Mexico nasema hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien. Lakini Kiswahili ni shida kidogo. Lakini najifunza. Na hapo mbeleni nasikia sasa watu wanajitokeza wanasema nataka kuwa president, kuja hapa uongee Kiswahili. Mimi ikifika next year ndio sasa nitadeclare pia mimi nataka president kama nimejua Kiswahili. Mkiniona nimenyamaza ni Kiswahili ndio inanisumbua. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kwa wakati huu mtoa hoja atahitimisha hoja. Bado iko interest, mnataka kuongea? Mheshimiwa Beatrice Elachi.
Na nimesimama.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Naomba kuungana na kamati kwamba ninapendekeza kwamba ripoti hii iwe ripoti yetu sisi, kwamba tukubaliane na ripoti ya kwamba ni vizuri na ni vyema sisi wa Kenya pia tusimame na tusikize masuala ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Unapoangalia katika ripoti hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuta ya kwamba Wakenya hapa wametoa changamoto kwa masuala yale yanayofanyika haswa wanapofanya kazi katika nchi za Tanzania. Na sisi pia Wakenya tunafaa kuangalia sheria zetu, ni vipi tutasaidia wale Wakenya wanaoishi nchini Tanzania. Hasa unakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tumekuwa na uchaguzi kule Tanzania, tumekuwa na masuala mengi, hoja tumbo joto jingi kabisa, kwa sababu ya jinsi watu wetu walivyopitia magumu. Lakini tunashukuru pia Watanzania kwa sababu tumekuwa na ule uhusiano ya kusaidiana na haswa uhusiano ya kufanya biashara pamoja. Na kwa hivyo ripoti hii inatusaidia ili tuweze kujiuliza ni vipi tutatekeleza miradi na mipango mbalimbali, lengo likiwa ni kutathmini maendeleo na kubuni, kuyabaini hatua za kuingilia kati ili kukuza ajenda ya utangamano katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na sisi wenyewe pia tunafaa kujiuliza, miaka hii yote tumekuwa katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Umekuta juzi Mheshimiwa Rais ameenda kule Arusha, akasema ya kwamba wale wabunge wanaotoka katika nchi mbalimbali sasa, kuanzia miaka tunapomaliza sasa tufanye uchaguzi, kwamba wale wabunge watakuwa wanalipwa kama wabunge wa bunge la Kenya ama bunge la Uganda ama bunge la Tanzania ama kule Burundi. Unakuta pia kuna matatizo mingi kwamba kuna nchi zingine, nchi kama Burundi, nchi kama South Sudan wamekuwa na matatizo yao. Kwa hivyo kwa hivi sasa ninapomalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, unakuta ya kwamba ni Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania wanaoshikilia sana jumuiya hii ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo ninapomalizia, tunaposimama kila wakati unakuta tunaimba wimbo wa taifa na pia tunaimba wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na unakuta malengo ya yale maadili tunasema katika wimbo huo, tungekuwa tunatekeleza, tutapata ya kwamba jumuiya hii yetu itaendelea. Na kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nakubaliana na ripoti hii na ningependa pia kusema asante kwa kamati na mwenyekiti. Asante.
Waheshimiwa wabunge, tumefika ile wakati wa kutamatisha kikao cha bunge cha leo. Order. Honorable members, and the time being 19:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 8th day of April 2026 at 9:30 a.m.